acquired. Target acquired. Acquired.
My name is Caitlin Bennett, and I'm the most
Hello everyone, and welcome to the 4th of July alt-right garbage stream. Today we're going to be taking a look at pretty much white nationalists, or those that are white nationalist adjacent. So it's gonna be a hell of a ride. I'd like to do stuff like Stefan Molyneux. However, I believe just yesterday, you know, he was banned from YouTube, which is hilarious. So he decided to try and come to Twitch. And he was on Twitch for 1 hour before he got banned. So I'm pretty sure I'm not allowed to show any of his footage archived anywhere. But that's fine. We can leave him in the garbage dump of YouTube history where he belongs. So, how is everyone else doing? I also, unfortunately, can't do, Nick Fuentes, because he's also banned from Twitch. It's a double-edged sword. I'm glad they're not here spouting their shit, but I also can't make fun of them, which is a shame. The news story you sent me was insane. I'll have to take a look at it. It was the one you sent me on Twitter, right? Thank you, JuniG3. For re-upping your subscription. Welcome back. Bittersweetest Buggy. Hello. Mr. Wizard 128. These 7274473. JR Chadwick. Jaded Heathen. Cryptic Gabriel. Hylian Dirt. Bailey Quinn. Nomageddon. Jaded Heathen. Trans Finn. Sexy Baphomet. Cryin' Brian. Caitlin Bennett is both Gun Girl and Poop Girl. She's both of those things. She was originally Gun Girl, but then, of course, she shit her pants, so everyone started calling her Poop Girl. Quest Friendly, hello. Toeen24. Do I know about Nick Fuentes and the Cat Boy, and how we totally didn't have a pretty gay date with the Cat Boy? Yes. I'm aware of Nick Fuentes' date with the Cat Boy. It would be cute if he wasn't a Nazi. Cryptic Gabriel, I've been customizing Curse of Strahd flavor for my campaign. Of it including Strahd saying trans rights. That's funny. We started a Curse of Strahd campaign that Alex you might know from Charisma Saves that we do over on Jake's channel, our D&D stream. Alex actually did like one session of Curse of Strahd where he was the DM, and then we never continued. Maybe someday we'll get back on that, and we'd probably have to restart because it's been so long, but... Yeah, poor pets with all the fireworks. I don't like fireworks. Maybe that's just me. Just not a fan of fireworks. I don't get it. If you do, great. I don't understand the appeal, frankly. But hey, whatever. Let me pop the chat out real quick so I can see you while we're watching stuff. Pap out chat. So let's see what we got on the block today. We have Milo Yiannopoulos, who is basically a non-entity these days, but we might as well take a look at him. Paul Joseph Watson, specifically him on trans issues, but we, of course, can look at some other stuff by him as well. Laura Southern, Sargon of Akkad, John Doyle, something a speech Richard Spencer did. This is in case we need any cleansing. This is Richard Spencer getting punched in the face. This dude talking about how Molyneux got banned, and he's like butthurt about it. And, of course, Poop Girl herself, Caitlin Bennett, J.R. Chadwick, Paul Joseph Watson. Nice. Yeah. So I guess we should just dive right in. What do you guys think we should do first? Any favorites that you think we should do? What do you think, guys? My cousin's coming over later. So when she comes over to say hi, I'm either going to have to take a quick, like, 5-minute break and go say hi to her. Or that'll be the end of the stream. That'll be around 7:30 or 8. So it just depends on how we're feeling at that point. Poop Girl. Poop Girl has a vote. Poop Girl has another vote. Vulcan Princess 97, if it was possible to have silent fireworks, I'd enjoy them a lot more. Visually, I think they're awesome and can be really intricate and detailed on a big enough scale. Sure, I guess. I don't know. Just personally, I don't find like, ooh, pretty lights. I don't get it. Then again, I was the kid in school who also didn't like coloring. I don't like to color, so maybe it's something to do with that. Maybe I'm not all about the aesthetic. I don't know. McZIC15. I only like the small, quiet ones, like sparklers. Nice. I like the little ones that you can throw at people. The poppers, and they just explode. Those are fun. Alright, I think Poop Girl wins. So let me turn this music off and we can get to it. Anyone, are you guys doing anything for, I mean, this is a general to everyone. I know I just said you guys. I mean all of you. Doing anything in particular for 4th of July, or is this it? Just curious. I'm gonna watch Hamilton later, but that's about it. I'm pretty neutral on the 4th of July. I don't hate it or anything, but... Dan Rossi Draws says, fuck Independence Day, but the fireworks... Oh, wait, I lost it. But the fireworks have been so bad in Brooklyn that we're... Oh, jeez. That we're making the best of it with beer and hot dogs on the roof tonight. I saw a conspiracy video that was talking about police setting off fireworks in order to increase their funding by getting people to call in and be mad about fireworks. Which is quite funny. There's an upgraded version of the popper that explodes even louder. Jesus. Jeff Holiday did some flag burning of the Confederate flag, the World War II Germany flag, and the Kekistan flag. That's pretty funny. Wag Roads 13. No country is shit and doesn't deserve our No, the country is shit and doesn't deserve our celebration right now. Fair enough. I was swimming with my girlfriend and her family in a local reservoir. I'm now very sunburned. You gotta use the sunblock. You don't want to get the skin cancer. Hello, McGew R. It's 11 p.m. here in Sweden and 20 years since my father passed. Sorry to hear about that. So not a day of celebration for me, even if I would be an American. But damn, I'm happy I'm not one, yeah. Not a great time to be a U.S. citizen. Not gonna lie. Would it shock you if cops were doing that or leaving them out for people like they were bricks? No, it wouldn't shock me. It's just hilarious that it's, like, plausible. Like, that's how far we've... Like, that's how little respect we all have for the police because they've shown themselves to be unworthy of that respect by being insane.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Frantic31 with 10 bits. Today we celebrate Bob Ross Day. Is it his birthday or something? Or just random Bob Ross because... Arcanist Amber Blackwell says, not very patriotic. America isn't really making me a proud citizen. F America. Fair enough. It is your right to say F America. Anyway, let's take a look at something. 4th of July pop quiz on the beach with Caitlin Bennett, Poop Girl.
Who did we gain our independence from?
What? George Washington.
Yes, the American educational system's very bad.
What year did we gain our independence from Great Britain?
That's a complicated question. The answer that she's looking for is 1776, but the actual process of becoming an independent nation, that's more complicated. What do you mean? Do you mean the year that, like, we won the war and Great Britain, like, pulled out of the colonies? Or are you talking about when the Declaration of Independence was signed? Because those are two different answers.
And
Can't see the video. Sorry, I always forget to switch to the... Thank you very much for reminding me.
92.
What was the name of the war that won us our independence?
The Civil War?
Oh my goodness gracious, American schools, what you doing?
World War II. One. I don't know. I didn't pay attention in history.
Who won the Revolutionary War?
South.
Who was the first president of the United States?
How are people this legit stupid? Like, don't get me wrong, I guarantee she, like, went through way more people who knew the answers to these questions, and she edits it down to make it look like, you know, everyone doesn't know. But the fact that there are any people this stupid who don't know anything, I think speak a lot to how Trump won.
How many letter A's are in the word independence?
Oh my gosh, I don't even know how to spell that. So I'm gonna say 3.
A-E-N-D-A-N-C.
Oh, you're the English teacher. I'm so embarrassed.
What do Americans celebrate on the 4th of July? We are back in Jacksonville for another edition of Pop Quiz on the Beach. But this time, we are doing a special 4th of July edition where we're going to find out how much these people know about the 4th of July. Why do we celebrate the 4th of July?
Funny about capitalism.
Thank you to J.R. Chadwick for 50 bits, saying, remember that over 40% of Americans think that the universe is 6,000 years old, and a good portion of them think that the Earth is the largest thing in the universe. True.
No. I just like to eat barbecue.
Okay.
Yeah. Is that, am I supposed to answer it for real, for real?
Oh, these are your answers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, why do Americans celebrate the 4th of July?
Well, in my household, it's another day off work,
Okay.
and there's some more barbecue.
What do Americans celebrate on the 4th of July? Pass. Who did we gain our independence from?
I don't know.
Jesus fucking Christ, this woman looks 40. How do you get to be 40 years old and not know? And don't get me wrong, Caitlin Bennett's a fucking idiot too, but for different reasons. But like, how do you get to 40-something years old and not know not only American history, to know that, like, we gained our independence from the British, but to not know enough world history to guess that the empire we probably would have... Like, it's not even a specific history question. Like, imagine you don't know this. Imagine for some reason you genuinely don't know this. Wouldn't you be able to intuit? Okay, let's see. Most people in America speak English. So where in the world did people who speak English come from? Very strange.
Think long and hard. Does anything ring a bell?
No.
Who did we gain our independence from?
What? George Washington.
Okay, wanna pass?
There's nothing
I
funny
really hope none of these fucking people vote, legitimately. Jesus Christ. Thank you, MiguR, for subscribing with Twitch Prime. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
What famous document was signed on July 4th, 1776?
It was actually Caitlin, since we're being, all, like, smarty pants know-it-all over here. While the popular answer is July 4th, most of the signatures were actually gathered, I believe, July 2nd. So...
I'm gonna take a stab at it and say,
She knows most of these people probably voted for Trump, right? No, of course she doesn't. She thinks stupid people are liberal.
I don't know.
I'm hoping they don't vote at all. Like, I'm all for participating in your government, but if you're this fucking ignorant, no, you shouldn't. You shouldn't vote.
It has to do with another country. Do you know what that country is? No? Does Great Britain fighting the U.S. for their independence ring a bell? No, not at all. You don't know how we became America? What year did we gain our independence from Great Britain?
I stand by the fact that that's kind of a complicated question. Do you mean the year the Declaration of Independence was signed, or do you mean the year that Britain pulled out of the U.S. colonies? Because those are two different answers. I assume she's looking for 1776, but, not that it would matter. These people can't even come up with 1776. Like, it's fucking go see Hamilton. It's like one of the, like, even if you don't know this, everyone should know this in the United States anyway. But, like, even if you didn't, fucking listen to the Hamilton soundtrack. It's like one of the first lines in the second song. 1776, New York City.
And 1492, Christopher.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I don't know.
Well, at least you know about Christopher Columbus, right? What year did we gain our independence?
Oh, I don't know either. No.
Do you at least know what our national anthem is called?
I haven't got to school in so long. Like, I forgot everything.
To watch exclusive and behind-the-scenes footage from our trip here in Jacksonville, sign up at libertyhangout.tv. Umbrella.
Oh, by the way, she's at a beach. Caitlin, I just realized. Fuck. Put a mask on. Don't go to the beach. What are you doing? You're gonna get COVID. You're gonna go from gun girl to poop girl to fucking limited breathing girl. Please go back inside.
Who was the first U.S. president?
Why? She not even know. You know?
Don't ask me. You know,
He had a nice wig. Are you guys immigrants?
No.
No?
No.
You're from here?
United States. Yeah.
Okay. Who was the first president of the United States?
George Washington.
Yes. Why do we celebrate the 4th of July?
It's your turn, man. Okay, I'll tell you why.
Mr. Wizard 128, wait, this is from Jacksonville, Florida. I live there. Oh, this is in Florida? That would explain a lot of these answers.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Swamp trash. Roger Masters, but don't you know that COVID is a liberal plot to shut down the economy? Of course, I'm in on it, so obviously.
Because America's the greatest country on earth.
Why are we the greatest country on earth?
Because of freedom.
Okay, good. Along those lines, what war gave us our freedoms?
Oh, the Civil War.
Oh, these stupid fucking Floridians. God damn it, Florida.
Oh, man.
No? Well,
Yeah, she doesn't ask the white people if they're immigrants, of course. Fuck.
what was the name of the war that won us our independence?
So far, we've seen her asking roughly, I don't know, 8 people, 8 to 10, this question. Presumably, they were on this beach for 3 or 4 hours, and they could only find 10 people who didn't know the answers to these things. So that's actually pretty good. It's also being filtered out by the intelligent people who don't go to the beach during the fucking global pandemic. So I think there's a little bit of bias going on here, where you're going to a beach during a pandemic, you're gonna get the dumbest fucking people. Also, Florida.
Oh, I can't even, war.
The war that won us our independence. What was that war?
George wasn't technically the first president, just saying if she wanted to be nitpicky. I think he was the first president after the official, after the war, more or less. There was a president of the Continental Congress before him, but that's kind of considered a separate thing.
Independence War.
Close.
Thanks,
Taking me
MH
back to
Dark Beast.
history.
How many stars were on the first U.S. flag?
13.
47.
How many letter A's are in the word independence?
Oh my gosh, I don't even know how to spell that. So I'm gonna say 3? Wait, independence! 1! Right?
Spell it for me.
I just don't know how to spell that. I need Google Translate.
It's English.
Oh. There's not any from what she said.
Right. How many letter A's are in the word independence?
1. Just 1. 1.
Where at? Can you spell independence for me?
I-N-D-E-P. Wait. E-N-D-A-N-C.
No, there's no.
I want to put this out there. I'm an awful speller. I cannot spell for shit. I'm not an idiot. I just can't do spelling without spell check at this point. Probably the crutch of spell check has crippled my ability to spell on top of how bad I already am at it. So, I get that. Spelling isn't a 1-to-1 in terms of intelligence.
A's. It's independence with an E at the end.
Are you serious?
Oh, you're the English teacher.
I'm so embarrassed.
All that education for nothing.
How many letter A's are in the word independence?
Hey, 1.
1. Do you have a different answer?
0.
Again, this guy, it looks like he has frosted tips like it's 2001, which is irrelevant, but I just wanted to point that out because it's mystifying me. And 2, he has a cross tattoo. I'm pretty sure this guy voted for Trump.
I-N-D-E.
Yeah. How many letter A's are in the word independence?
3. 3?
Spell it for me.
Oh, I
0.
have no clue how to spell anything.
0. Yeah.
I don't even know how to spell it.
No, that's definitely not me.
How about your braids? It's you. Can we take a
My
selfie?
braids?
Yes. Girl, that's you.
I'm a culturally appropriating culture right now.
Girl, I follow your Twitter.
Thank you for following me and supporting my work. Actually, she supports my work. She follows me on Twitter. You can also support my work at patreon.com/Caitlin Bennett there. Get into my private Facebook group for only $5 a month. What year?
I swear, I gotta start a series where I just go into these private right-wing groups, whether it be What's his name? John Doyle has a private group for like $4 a month. She has one for $5 a month. And they're all private. And I guarantee they're fucking racist cesspools. So I gotta start doing that at some point, investigating these groups. Because I think it'd be a lot of fun.
Did we gain our independence?
Kind of like people do with, like, you know, you've seen people who are like, I paid for Onision's OnlyFans, so you don't have to. It'll be that. I paid for Liberty Hangouts' disgusting racist message board, so you don't have to.
1782. No, dude.
What year did we gain our independence?
1886. Was it?
1846.
1846. I gotta look at the year the Revolutionary War ended. The Revolutionary War. 1783. So that guy, when he said 1782, was only roughly a year off. So there's that. 1776. New York City. Pardon me, are you wearing Burr, sir? Got the Hamilton soundtrack stuck in my head. You ever seen the George Washington movie with, what's his face? I forget his name. He was in Dumb and Dumber. It's actually okay. I'm obviously not going to play it because that would be copyright infringement. But something Daniels, I want to say his name is. Hamilton was fantastic. It was the first time I ever heard any of the songs. I think I'm going to watch it again tonight. Yeah, it's really great. Jeff Daniels, thank you very much. It is Jeff Daniels. Jeff Daniels did multiple historical movies because I think he's just a big history buff.
Does not start with 18. Who is the author of our national anthem?
Ooh, Francis Scott Key? Francis Scott Key, American author and poet. Who wrote the national anthem? I'm surprised I knew that one.
Fitzgerald.
I don't know.
George Washington.
Who won the Revolutionary War?
Revolutionary.
How many of these people on this beach are high off their fucking tits? Because that's a factor as well, right?
That's his name.
That's the name of the war.
Or drunk. Daytime drunk.
Revolutionary War. Who won it?
I don't know.
You don't know? When did the Revolutionary War happen? Maybe that'll help jog your memory.
Last year.
Who won
He clearly wants you to go away, Caitlin.
the Revolutionary War?
I don't know.
No clue.
No, right?
South?
What was the name of the war that won us our independence?
The Civil War? World War II. One. I don't know. I didn't pay attention in history, okay?
Do you know the name of the war that won us our independence?
I'm horrible. I think I slept in history, apparently.
Vulcan Princess 97 says F. Scott Fitzgerald was actually a descendant and named after Francis Scott Key. So oddly, he was close. That's interesting. I didn't know that.
I guess so. Who won the Revolutionary War?
Tony, you want to take this one?
The North. Wait, what? The Revolutionary War? We did?
Who's we?
South. America.
The South.
The North? Yeah, I don't know.
Who won the Revolutionary War?
Why is the video
I don't
recycling clips? Presumably because she didn't get as many answers. Look at how many people are on this beach. God damn it. People, go home. Go home. In fairness, for roughly, I don't know when she did this, Caitlin asked beachgoers in Jacksonville July 4th of trivia questions, but I don't know what day she actually went. It's less crowded than I thought it would be. It's still bad, I still don't think these people should be at the fucking beach. But fewer people than I expected. Not bad. So she spent all day, presumably, talking to hundreds of people on this beach and only found like 10 or so that were shit at answering these questions. That's not a bad ratio for Florida.
No clue. No, right?
South?
Who won the Revolutionary War?
South.
Where was the first battle?
I don't even understand why some of these people are saying the South, because the South never won a war, right? The only war they could be thinking of is the Civil War. And in the Civil War, the South lost. So what the fuck are they... I don't understand.
Of the Revolutionary War fought.
It legitimately makes me question, like, some people in this world and how little they think. Maybe I just have anxiety or ADHD and that's why, like, my brain's thinking constantly. I don't know. But there just must be people out there who just... words come out of their mouth, but none of it's being processed by their brain. I don't know.
The first battle.
He said, can I Google it?
was in the South, I believe.
Was that Alabama?
No.
In the South. Was it Texas?
No.
No, not Texas.
Georgia?
No.
Oh, God, I was just going
You guys are very cold.
Very cold.
Hey, it's some overseas type
Very
shit.
cold. Why would it be Russia? I
Russia?
have no idea.
St. Augustine, Savannah, north, up further.
Well, further than Florida.
It's in Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina.
Virginia.
St. Augustine.
Nope.
I don't know what the question was.
Battle of Bunker Hill.
No. What was the first battle of the Revolutionary War?
Ooh. Let me think about that one. I don't know if I know that one off the top of my head. First battle of the Revolutionary War. For some reason, my brain's going to Bunker Hill, but that can't be it. Hold on. Battle of Lexington. Lexington and Concord. Thanks, Google. Let's see if I remember that. Lexington and Concord. Lexington and Concord.
I don't know that one. I don't
Do you
know
remember the answer?
It's not Gettysburg.
It is not.
I'm not sure.
First battle of the Revolutionary War. I don't know. I want to say Valley Forge, but nah, not Valley Forge.
At least that guy's wearing a mask.
Lexington and Concord?
Okay, Lexington and Concord. Okay.
Yeah. Who
Now, Caitlin, ask them how many of them shit their pants in the last 5 years.
sewed the first U.S. flag?
Not my grandma.
Not your No, I don't think so. Was she alive in 1776?
No.
I don't know her name.
It was. Well, I don't know. Are we allowed to assume gender?
No, I just know it was a woman.
Okay. Who sewed the first U.S. flag?
Betsy Ross.
Was it?
I have no
Elizabeth something.
Elizabeth Warren?
I was gonna literally. I was literally gonna say it.
No, she's old.
gonna
Elizabeth
say it.
Warren is old, but no, it's not her.
No, I have no idea. I can't answer that.
You say Sarah Palin?
Yeah, it's a joke.
Who made the first U.S. flag?
George Washington. George Washington? I don't know.
It was a woman.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know that.
Who sewed the first U.S. flag? It was a woman.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know that.
Who sewed the first U.S. flag?
That I don't know.
You know if it's a woman or a man?
I would say man, simply because woman just seems too logical.
It's a woman. Yeah, sewing, right? That's a woman's job. Who sewed the
Oh, Jesus Christ, Caitlin. Do you really have to shove your shitty fucking... like, men can't sew? Jesus Christ.
first U.S. flag?
I don't know that one.
You know if it's a boy or girl?
Probably a girl.
Or neither?
The non-gender.
Who sewed the first U.S. flag? Betsy Ross. Very good. You're the first You redeemed yourself
I
from
did.
the
I
other
redeemed
one.
myself real quick, right?
Okay, how many stars were on the first U.S. flag?
13. Was it 10? 5? 1? No, I don't know that one.
Who was the king of England, Great
King
Britain
George the Third, I think.
during the time of that?
Gosh, I don't know. I don't remember. No? Nope. Unfortunately, I don't know that one either.
Who was the king?
Wait, look. I'm saying King George the Third. King George the Third.
During that time.
King Louis.
Nope.
No, sure.
That's the
Do you know who that
that's
king
French.
was? Maybe that jog.
That's France. That was the French Revolutionary War, I'm fairly certain.
Your memory?
Like Louis the 16th or some shit was during the French Revolution. Louis the 16th. Oh. I don't even know how I know that one.
I don't know. What's that guy's name? Puddin'?
I thought you said
Pudding
pudding.
in history.
Okay, yeah, well, it wasn't Putin.
Okay.
Not that guy.
Puddin'. I said puddin'.
That I don't. That I don't.
Elvis.
She is a king, right?
King Henry. No, I have no idea.
I don't know. King Arthur. I don't know.
Oh. I remember during the Revolutionary War when King Arthur came over with his Knights of the Round Table and used Excalibur to behead George Washington. That was some rad shit.
That's a first. All right, King George
King George.
the Third.
King George III.
Who was the first person who signed the Declaration of Independence?
Thomas Jefferson. Because I think he wrote it, didn't he? Who wrote the Declaration of Independence? Thomas Jefferson. So that would make sense that he signed it first. And then John Hancock wrote it really big with his big dick energy. Yeah.
George Washington.
Was Hancock the first? Also?
Who was the first person who signed the Declaration of Independence?
Thomas Jefferson, wasn't it? First person? I don't know.
John Hancock.
George Washington? No.
Who was the
Gotcha.
first person to sign the Declaration of Independence?
Ben Franklin. Ben Franklin? No.
Who was the first person to sign the Declaration of Independence?
At least he knows Ben Franklin was like there. That's good, I guess.
Benjamin? Nope. Okay. Nope. I'm wrong.
Second guess?
Hang on.
Wait, was he there during the signing, or was he busy fucking French ladies at the time? I don't remember.
I'll give you a hand.
Okay.
It's what you call a
Or inventing the Franklin
Oh.
stove.
My
Or that water bowl
Oh, you know
thing
what?
he
You
made.
answer it.
John Hancock.
Fun fact, how many hot dogs are eaten every year on the 4th of July?
Is this a right-wing channel? Yes, it is. This is Liberty Hangout.
I don't know.
Gross. It's a gross number.
I don't know. Millions. It's gotta be millions.
150 million
Yeah.
hot dogs. Yeah.
I like hot dogs.
You like hot dogs? I guess they're okay.
I'm gonna show the world, yes, I'm ignorant, especially when it comes to history and stuff, which is one of my flaws, I'm really embarrassed.
Remember, guys, if you want to watch more content from this trip, behind the scenes, exclusive.
Caitlin. What else we got, Caitlin? Let's take a look at your most popular videos. Triggered Feminist gets to... Isn't it weird that her top videos have like 3.5 million, 2.5 million, a million, a million, a million, a million, a million, a million, almost a million, almost a million, almost a million, and then like her new videos only get 20,000? She was kind of a weird flash in the pan, right? Very strange. At least he admitted his ignorance, yeah. I mean, I'd like for him to read a book now and again, or at least watch the History Channel. Not the Ancient Aliens part. But, you know, weird. What's this pop? Here's another pop quiz on the beach.
How many amendments are in the Bill of Rights?
10.
Oh, how many?
Was she working for InfoWars at one point?
50.
50. We're here in Houston, Texas with a new segment called Pop Quiz on the Beach. Let's see how many people know how many amendments are in the Bill of Rights.
Oh, is she just gonna ask one question
Wanna
the
give it a
entire
guess at
time?
all?
Because that's boring.
20.
That's boring. What else we got? Maybe we'll come back to her later, but I'd like to move on to something else. Oh, by the way, what's this?
Nazis don't love me. They kind of hate me, actually.
Following the KKK neo-Nazi.
Those people don't like me,
Are you
to be
like
honest.
the hipster version of the neo-Nazi movement?
It's, Pepe's become kind of a symbol.
Oh, let's see that again.
Of the neo-Nazi movement?
It's, Pepe's become kind of a symbol.
Ooh.
What? It's, Pepe's become kind of a symbol.
Ooh.
It's, Pepe's become kind of a symbol.
Oh! Happy 4th of July, everyone. Celebrate your independence from shitbag Nazis. However you see fit. Sushi Mom 10 sent me something. Starting July 4th, Fuhrer Inslee requires that all Washington State citizens crawl on their hands and feet because the virus hovers 3 feet and above. Someone making fun of safety regulations. Genius. Brilliant. Trump campaign official and girlfriend of Donald Trump Jr. tests positive for coronavirus. Lovely. Lovely, lovely. Milo. What are you up to, Milo? Remember Milo when people gave a shit about him? And then he, like, defended pedophilia? That was fun. Milo interviews Nick Fuentes. Yeah, nice. Let's see this video titled, Are Black Americans Natural Conservatives? Arcanist Amber Blackwell, I'm a pacifist, but damn do I enjoy a good Nazi punch. I would never do it myself. I do enjoy a good Nazi punch as well. That's what Captain America would want, yeah. Destiny's gonna debate Milo? That seems like a waste of time. Who the fuck cares about Milo? Now here I am, doing a video about him. The hypocrisy is staggering on my part.
Subscribe to Censored.tv.
What percentage of black people voted for Barack Obama? Black voters, I should say, voted for Barack Obama.
It
was 98. It was
98.
98%.
Okay, yeah, yes. I don't know how close to 100 it was.
Milo's looking a bit rough these days.
Now, what
98.
percentage-
Fine.
now, what
Fine.
percentage-
Sorry.
What percentage voted for Bill Clinton? 95%. 95%.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So in other words, it's not racialized. It's part.
Oh
it's
no!
party
You're
aligned.
misunderstanding. I'm not saying that black people vote for black people, though of course, obviously they do. I'm saying that to be black is to be Democrat, and that the social pressure.
Right now.
Yes.
Milo, the reason that people of color vote for Democrats more often on the whole, despite the fact that if you actually look at the black community's social values, it often tends to skew Christian, tends to skew a little bit more homophobic than the general population. They don't like Republicans because Republicans consistently not only dog whistle racist bullshit, but actively pursue policies that harm inner cities where a lot of black people live. It's pretty simple.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
but
but
wait a
the
minute, hang on a
the
second.
social pressure. So for instance, when they do studies and they'll go to a historically black college where people are
Mistake number one.
Yeah,
going to a
okay,
college.
sure, fine, but they all right.
Right.
But okay, so they do this both with phone banks remotely, with just a couple of thousand black people just from around the country, and they also go to historically black colleges. What they find is that black people are more willing to say that they would countenance voting Republican if their interviewer is white. But if their interviewer is black, they only ever say, with no exceptions, that they are
Untied
Democrats.
shoes.
And they do the
Thank
same
you
thing. And they do
for
experiments with,
following.
they'll give people $10 and they'll say, you can go to this room, you can give it to
13, thank you for
Romney,
gifting
Obama,
a
or you
sub
can keep it. And
to
the
Untitled
person they
Shoes
see
90.
just before they go into the room is the deciding factor about whether there's going to be any variance from the usual patterns. So if they just go in and they don't see anybody before they do
Thanks
it,
to Cat
it's like
Mom for
95%
following.
Obama, 5% Romney. If a black person is the one that hands in the envelope, it's 100% Obama. And this is the social pressure and the threat of social consequence.
There is no Milo, man. Listen, come on, man. My parents live in a working class.
This is ridiculous, considering that, again, the statistics that were quoted earlier were that black people voted for Obama at something like 98%. They voted for Bill Clinton at like 95%. Voting is anonymous. Milo here is saying that it's some sort of black in-group pressure that's causing black people to vote for Democrats. But your voting is confidential. You don't have to tell anyone who you voted for. And if you're getting polled, presumably you're going to tell the truth. So, what is your justification for claiming that it's entirely a pressure thing? It also has to do with income levels. Statistically, because of lots of systematic issues in this country involving racism and the aftermath of segregation and Jim Crow and stuff like that, black communities tend to, on the whole, be less wealthy than homogenous white communities.
Suburb, okay?
And people who are working class tend to vote Democrat.
Of New York
Tend to, not always.
City. There's no social pressure to vote anyway. What are you talking about? All those guys talk about the same things. They talk about how taxes are too high. They complain about how the welfare state is too big and the government is paying people to have kids they can't afford. They complain about how build a...
Have I heard John Voight talk about Trump? I have not.
Blasio was an idiot. They complain about all the same things.
But they still vote for Democrats. And what I'm saying to you is, if the black electorate is so stubborn as to be seeing that it's not in their economic interests, seeing that it's not in their cultural interests, seeing that it's not. Let me just ask you the question: seeing that it's not in their economic interest, seeing that it's not in their cultural interest, seeing that it's not in their long-term interest, seeing that it's not in any interest, but because one Republican insulted them, they're going to continue to vote Democrat. Then they deserve what they get, don't they?
Are you
Yikerinos? Do you really not understand how a politician effectively treating you within a racial group as less than human, treating you as some other that doesn't deserve the same rights or considerations as other Americans? Do you really think that that's just some blip on the radar that should be overlooked? That's insanity.
Milo, are you listening?
Doesn't this electorate deserve what it gets? Being so stubborn to the point of masochism. These are masochistic voting patterns.
Mr. Yiannopoulos, are you listening to yourself?
Oh, I love it when you call me Mr. Yiannopoulos.
They call me Mr. Tips.
You see how that works?
How is Milo continuing to support not only himself, but a crew when this video, which came out on June 9th, and he only has under 1 million subscribers, has 68,000 views? Where is he getting the money for this crap?
Booked. You see, husband John at home. I have one of those. You know those autism brushes, and you have to brush the forearm of autistic kids. He actually bought one for me, and it really does calm me down. It works. And I think we've discovered a second thing that calms me down. It's you saying, "Mr. Yiannopoulos."
Mr. Anderson.
No, it was it was like a sexy black version of Agent Smith. It was fabulous.
Okay,
right.
Okay, look, focus. Now
I can't. You just sound so wonderful.
No,
right. Look,
you just had
this masochistic voting pattern is the problem of the black electorate, not the
all right,
Republican
all right.
Party, because neither
so
major
Milo.
political party is going to need you in 10 years.
Okay, Milo. So
what the fuck does that mean, Milo? Neither major political party is going to need the votes of people of color in 10 years, despite the fact that demographic shifts show us that people of color are going to make up more of the population in 10 years. What do you think's going to happen in the next 10 years, Milo?
And then what will you do?
Okay, Milo. So you have all the answers. So very well. You don't need me to. You don't need to hear from me. You've got all the answers.
Well, thanks for tuning in this week. I think we've established that I'm right about everything. It's so rare that I get a guest on who simply says, "You know what? I give up. You're right about everything." But I'm glad. How long did it take? Oh look, it took us barely 40 minutes. That's a world record. So thank you. You can applaud.
So listen. You're an Englishman, right?
Yes, we've established this.
You just had a Brexit. You just had a couple of years ago a referendum on whether the UK should leave the EU. Correct?
That is correct.
Okay, now
you don't have to ask things like just sort of basic facts of recent history. You can you can assert it.
Just hear me out. So when that referendum happened, what were the fault lines? Well, the lefty, mostly the lefty coalition, which was the Remain coalition, right? Put up a lot of scaremongering and said you're going to be materially worse off. This is not in your economic interest to leave the UK.
I see.
The EU. But that is correct. That is probably what's going to happen, and we've already seen shifts, and I don't like to talk about other countries' politics because it's not something I'm incredibly well versed on. I completely openly admit that. But from my understanding of Brexit and what's happened so far, basically the EU has made it clear that they're not going to make any special concessions for the UK, and UK workers are going to be worse off. Not only financially, but in terms of employment, because employers are not going to want to, especially EU employers are not going to want to employ as many UK people, considering that they are no longer going to have access to free movement as members of the EU are allowed. Basically, within the EU, you can go all throughout it, and you're fine, and you don't have to deal with, like, getting a visa or whatever. And it's going to be economically bad for the UK, most likely. It really is.
I see where you're going, and you are correct that people voted for Brexit even though it was not in their economic interest.
Excuse me. Just hear me out. You know, you can have a tizzy after. Just hear me out. Okay. So what I'm saying is that the left made one of the many mistakes they made was thinking that you know, in other words, they thought that they knew what the interests of those voters up and down the regions were better than the voters themselves knew it. And so we think that that they fundamentally misunderstood the nature of the vote. And they said this is obviously about material goods, it's about prosperity, so we're going to push it wasn't about prosperity. And so you're doing the same thing. Okay. You're saying, well, I know what your interests are better than you do.
No. Okay. I understand what you're saying, and it's a very.
If you think that's not condescension, I don't know what is.
I understand. It's a very powerful point you're making, and it's great. And I accept that there may be some truth to that in a lot of people in general who pontificate on politics. They think they know what's best for everybody.
That seems like a weird place to end the clip, but all right.
If you graduate from a United States university with a skill, upon graduation of your diploma, we should staple a green card behind your diploma. Okay, if you have a skill and you've been educated in our country.
That's hard to hear. Let's see what else we got. Richard Spencer speech. John Doyle has a 4th of July thing. Let's see about this guy bitching about the fact that Stephen Molyneux, Stephen Molyneux's the guy that did the Fable games. And, that game where you're a god. I forget what it's called. Stephen Molyneux and these people deplatformed. He's going to bitch about it. So let's see what he has to say and then maybe see some of his other videos if he's any interesting. Evil Weird Al. Yeah, looks like it. Black and White. That's the name of the game. Thank you.
All right, everyone. Yesterday were the...
Peter Molyneux. Who's Stephen Molyneux then? Not Stefan.
Totally coincidental, by the way. This wasn't coordinated either directly or indirectly in any possible manner, but a whole shit ton of YouTube channels and so forth were deplatformed yesterday. Stefan Molyneux among them. There's a link in the description actually to his BitChute channel. Now, I recommend you tweet at Team YouTube for all of these people, and I don't have necessarily all of the actual account links, but Molyneux's BitChute is there. And you can look through all of his videos.
Maybe I did invent Stephen Molyneux. It sounds right to me, but I don't know why. I'm going to turn the air up. I'll be right back. At Colston, it says his I don't care video is fucking hilarious. Stephen Molyneux. I'd watch it if I could, but he's been banned from Twitch, so. Oh, thank you. Baja Blast got me these pants, so thank you very much.
Judge for yourself whether there was anything he should have been banned for. New Project 2 was actually pulled by MasterCard the other day. That's Dick Masterson's service. And I know there have been some groups that are like, well, Subscribestar still censors, and so they use that. As a Subscribestar user, though, I still don't want to see New Project 2 pulled, and I'm not understanding why MasterCard would do that. I'm going to assume it has political motives behind it. Jared Taylor got kicked off YouTube. I don't actually have a link to his stuff. I'll try to dig one up and put it in the description, but there may not be one there, but you can look up his work. And then Richard Spencer was kicked off of YouTube. Now, for some reason, I thought he already had been, but I guess not. His stuff disappeared from my feed a while ago, probably because of YouTube shenanigans. And I think David Duke also got hammered off-site as well. I don't have a link for his stuff, but
isn't David Duke a literal, like, KKK member? David Duke is an American white supremacist, far-right politician, convicted felon, and former Grand Wizard of the Knights of the KKK. Not just a member, he was a fucking Grand Wizard. Jesus Christ. Sorry, I'm not gonna cry that a fucking KKK member got removed, you idiot.
He's, ubiquitous, so he's all over the place. And I'm thinking to myself, only a complete moron would think that it was coincidental that all of these different individuals in this service were taken down in a 48-hour period. What it probably was that there was a coordinated raid going on of some sort. And this takes two forms. There are two kinds of coordination that can happen when we see tech censorship. The first is that a group of disgruntled...
Hold on, I'm going to see what this link Baja put in the chat was. Oh, is it the link to the pants? Yes, these are the pants that the yoga pants that Baja got me. They're only $13. They're very comfortable. So if you want Galaxy yoga pants, let me see what the other colors are, honestly. I might buy more of these, because these are like super comfy pants. Oh, those are cute. Yeah, that's good. Well, those are cool too. Ugh, lots of camouflage. Not a fan of camouflage. Dinosaur. Oh, those are nice. I like those. It's a slightly different galaxy pattern. There's galaxy flowers. Oh, that's kind of an ugly color, in my opinion. Those are alright. Noble horses. Ooh, I don't like that one. Anyway, they're good, cheap yoga pants. Like, they're good. I like them. Anyway, back to this guy.
Social justice warrior Karens will try to compile material they think is flaggable. They'll usually bot it, and YouTube really needs to crack down. But I mean, YouTube has actually incentivized this behavior because their algorithms often will respond to large numbers of flagging with banning someone, even if later on they're restored. The problem is because of the coronavirus excuse, that can take weeks or even months at this point. So it's a big problem for creators that need their video content to earn a living as their main stream of revenue through AdSense. They can get fucked. That's one way that it's a secondary group, or it's a primary group, like, you know, Zuckerberg at a meeting with his people.
Baja says for a chill stream sometime, I should look for cute clothes, makeup on stream. That would be good. Maybe, no, because I'm getting the treadmill with my Twitch money that's coming in this month. Maybe next month when I get paid, I'll go clothes shopping. And if you guys want to hang out while I do so, that's fine. I assume that'll get fewer views, understandably, but might be fun.
Explicitly deciding to pull the trigger on InfoWars, for example, or a bunch of different tech firms, their people get together and say, well, this person's problematic, we're going to basically disappear them offline in a single day. And the reason that this happens, the reason why you see...
This happened because they were Nazis, and nobody wants Nazis on their platform.
Either large groups of people censored, or a person censored on multiple platforms at the same time, is the reason why you would coordinate that is to prevent them from fighting back effectively. Effectively, what you do is you cut them off from the aid of their audience. What these tech firms and craptivists have realized is that if you can cut a person off from large swaths of their audience, even if other people are defending them, it becomes less effective.
She came in, meowed at me, laid down, and I said, do you want to go see Hannah? And then she walked out and stood at the door waiting for me.
Effective a form of defense. None of these people should be booted off of YouTube or any other site. I mean, the very idea that people would be censored for their political beliefs, even if they have out there beliefs, and some of the
out there beliefs, aka being a literal grand wizard of the KKK. That's not out there. That's an inherently violent political position. You cannot be a peaceful member of the KKK because the entire ideology is based around racial supremacy, and supremacy breeds violence. You cannot be an innocuous member of the KKK. Period.
These people, I'm sorry, but New Project 2
Chat about
doesn't...
the adventure we had last night.
Oh shit, okay, so last night I ordered Uber Eats for dinner. Or not Uber Eats, sorry, I gotta get this right, so I shit on the correct company. Grubhub, yeah. I used Grubhub because Uber Eats wasn't working. I normally use Uber Eats, but this time I used Grubhub. And I typed in my address. Ow. Claws, kitty. Ow. Sorry. It's okay. Hey, kitty. And, somehow my autofill put in the wrong address and my correct address. So there were two addresses. So they accidentally, due to my own fault, took it to the wrong address first, and they texted and they're like, hey, your food's on your porch, and then I texted back, no, it's not. And then I gave them the correct address, and they were like, okay, we'll be right back with the food, because they were going to go grab it from the porch they left it at, which was like right around the block, and they were going to come and bring it here. So I wait a little bit, they pull up right in front of the house, and they're looking around for the house. I described it to them, I'm like, it's a blue house. The porch looks like this, yada, yada, yada. And they're looking around, and I can see them from my window. So I'm in the front window, and I'm doing this, and I go, hey, can you see me? Because we're talking on the phone at this point. And they go, yeah, I can see you. Which is a lie. And then they go, okay, we'll drop it on the porch. And then he went. He said he was going to drop it on the porch. I walked away because I was wearing my women's clothes, and I didn't want this random dude to see me. And I went out to get the food, and it wasn't there. He delivered it to the wrong address, even though I gave him the correct address this time.
And he was standing literally outside.
He was literally right there, and he said he could see me through the window. So I just never got my food. That was really unfortunate. That guy was awful.
I want to know where he left it.
I know. Someone found, like, rotten McDonald's this morning in the front of their house. Or a stray cat got it. I don't know.
Itself have any explicit beliefs at all other than raising money for people who have been deplatformed by
He may have taken it, maybe.
Other sites for wrongthink.
I don't know why he would take the time to actually walk to my house if that were the case, though. Seems very strange. Not walk, but I mean, why would he park and then actually walk around my house?
The very idea of censoring a group that is explicitly related to trying to prevent
He also
economic
asked you
fallout
if you
from...
were high.
What?
He also asked you if you were high.
Yeah, he did ask me if I was high, which I was not, which made me think he was high. So, very stupid. Do not do pigtails.
I'm not. I'm braiding your hair.
Okay, just making sure.
Political censorship is and of itself rather dystopian. But in specific, I would say, I mean, as a particular fan of Molyneux, especially among the people on this list, I can't think of anything that he would do that even particularly violates the TOS of YouTube in a political sense.
I'm pretty sure Stefan Molyneux is like a white nationalist. What the fuck, kitty? He's a JQer. Hold on, I'm gonna look at his, see if he has a rational wiki page. Dudes spanking dudes, why are you typing, like, in leet speak? I can't read it. It's very annoying. Why do? Why? Stefan Molyneux, political commentator, philosopher, cult leader, and internet media personality who's hosted Free Domain Radio, a podcast where he discusses philosophy, politics, religion, science, and relationships since 2005. He also writes regularly for anarcho-capitalist websites and has self-published several books. Molyneux has a group of very ardent fans, even though he is only questionably an ANCAP at this point, and is hated by a large portion of them. He defends cops, is a race realist, which just he's a racist, and says disgusting red pill things about women. He presents a crank magnetism chimera of men's rights, white rights, and some sort of fedora lovers Glenn Beck. In June 2020, Stefan's YouTube channel, which had 930,000 subscribers, damn, that's a lot, and 285 million views as of October 19, was removed from the platform for hate speech. His Twitter account had more than 475,000 followers as of 2020. This would be a nice hairstyle. Hold on, let me take a look. No, absolutely not. I will never, ever, ever do pigtails. Never, ever. Let's see what he's got in terms of views. Alt-right men's rights. Molyneux is a major figure in the men's rights movement. He was a speaker at the A Voice for Men conference and uses AVFM site to plug his videos. He says, quote, "The evil that women are capable of and the evil that women do, not all women, but the evil that women do is generally invisible to society, which is why there's so much violence in society." Blaming all violence in society on women, that's hilarious. Single mothers are an important issue for me, he says. Women choose, he says, quote, "Women choose the assholes will oh god. Women who choose the assholes will fucking end this race. They will fucking end this human race if we don't start holding them fucking accountable. Women who choose oh Jesus Christ." He says straight up incel. What the fuck is his problem? Stefan goes as far as calling single mothers as a demographic terrible people. Ew, gross. Let's see. Here's what he says about homosexuality. Molyneux holds an unconventional view on homosexuality. He argues that this is the result of childhood sexual abuse. He later... I hate when people say that shit. I was also abused as a child, like, it's not an excuse to be a fucking homophobe. It just isn't. It'd be like if, I don't know, let's say your purse got stolen by a Chinese guy. You assume he's Chinese. He's Asian, because you can't, you might not be able to tell specifically where they're from. And because of that one thing that happened to you, all of a sudden you're racist against Asian people. Like, it's ridiculous. It's the definition of racism. You're taking the traits that you ascribe to an individual and applying them to an entire group. It's so stupid. He later apologized for the comment when contacted by a caller during a radio interview, saying he had reversed his view on the matter and would do his best to improve his understanding of homosexuality. He also promised to edit the video to better reflect his ignorance of the previous statements. The video remains unedited. It's gone now. Oh, Kiki, you're being so cute. In 2019, Molyneux tweeted a misleading study which showed that 46% of the homosexual men, in contrast to 70% of heterosexual men, reported homosexual molestation. However, the study was heavily criticized. The survey didn't include the word molest on the form, and then swapped the words sexual experience for, quote, molestation. So it's a complete bullshit study. What else? Let's see. His movie reviews all devolve into him ranting about white genocide or how terrible women are. What a shock. He's a JQ person. What else we got? Alright, back to this guy's video. So there are many reasons why Molyneux would get removed.
I'm scratching my head. I'm trying to stretch my mind out and think of a way in which he could have violated the rules.
Thank you to J.R. Chadwick with 50 bits. Who says, I'm usually very hesitant to advocate for the banning of anyone, no matter how much I disagree with them, but if the quotes you're reading are accurate, then I think he earned his ban. Oh, yeah. He definitely did. MH Dark Beast, Hannah, here's some of the great philosophy that people are complaining about losing from him. I assume this is a Twitter post. He says, pasta in tomato sauce, now with feminist virtues signaling. It's fucking women on a fucking Chef Boyardee can. Remember, when he got banned from YouTube, by the way, he posted a tweet that's like, YouTube has silenced the most important philosophical discussion of all time. And he thinks that bitching about Chef Boyardee ravioli, which is disgusting, by the way. It's disgusting. I ate it a lot as a kid, but it's gross. He thinks that's the greatest philosophical discussion of our times. Galaxy brain. That's all I have to say about it.
Significantly enough to be downed off of YouTube. And also Andy Worski a couple of days ago was a target of this. Now, what do all of these people and things have in common? With the exception of New Project 2, which is just sort of the stand-in for like a Patreon or something, so still the comparison is apt. All of these people, I think, played an outsized role in the last election as far as swaying people politically. But in this election, though, like Richard Spencer, he's become almost a communist. He's been...
What? Richard Spencer is a literal Nazi. Milo, because Milo's all mad that, like, the alt-right abandoned him, because everyone hates Milo, because he defended pedophilia. He leaked a video of Richard Spencer at Charlottesville where he was screaming that he should rule over these people, and he was calling people, like, I don't know if I could even say this. He was using a very old-timey slur to basically say, oh, this is a white person who isn't a racist, well, they must be partially, you know, even if it's like 1%, they must have had black ancestry in the past, otherwise they'd be white nationalists like us. Really messed up stuff that he was screaming. So, no. Richard Spencer is not a fucking communist. How far to the right do you have to be to think that a literal Nazi is a communist?
And blackpilled on Trump, so I don't even necessarily see a similarity there. It's just the war on independent content creation. It's a war on fun. It's a war on people that...
A war on fun. Aw, I can't watch my videos from David Duke, Grand Wizard of the KKK anymore. Aw. Fucking idiot.
That are, you know, even remotely interesting. It's been ongoing now for years. I warned people about this happening and told them to branch out. Now, some of these people are on multiple alt-tech sites. You'd be crazy not to at this point. Molyneux, I think he has like 38,000 as of yesterday. It could be higher now. I'm sure people have shared out his link. Had like 38,000 people following him on BitChute. But when you get people with many hundreds of thousands, or in some cases even over 1 million subscribers, getting banned off of sites because a bunch of other people bitch about them, number one, or because a bunch of corporations just, you know, they get gleeful at the idea of basically what amounts to election interference.
Again, why do these people feel that private companies deciding who gets to be on their platform is tantamount to election interference? It's so ridiculous. Dude spanking dudes with a bit. Imagine saying a single mom is the worst when said woman's husband died in a war. Yeah, it's definitely the woman's fault. Molyneux is not exactly the greatest guy, so I'm not all that shocked.
It's interesting that self-proclaimed liberals are the ones championing that. It's interesting that people who have completely sold out are the ones mainly doing this. And make no mistake, that's exactly what's happening. It's one of two sellouts. It's either a group of leftists who have become the modern book burners, they're exactly like the Bushite pigs that they used to hate, or it's Silicon Valley original gangsta Gen X libertarians who have decided to convert their sites from don't be evil to explicitly be evil as often as possible.
Removing Nazis from their site is evil. This guy has an interesting perspective on everything, doesn't he? What the fuck?
So yeah, you should definitely tweet at Team YouTube. All of these people should be appealing. I think Warski basically said, fuck it. He's mainly on D-Live. And we're seeing, I mean, you consider the audience totals here. If all these people's audiences were to use alt tech anyway, it'd be a huge chunk of really the YouTube. You're talking millions of people there that would be explicitly or partially or exclusively using alt tech sites. The age of...
Disagree. For instance, like, I just subscribed to this guy because he's gonna be, you know, I'm sure I'll feature him in the future because he seems like a shitbag. That doesn't mean I like him, or if he was banned that I would follow him to some shitty YouTube knockoff site, right? I'm not gonna go to BitChute regularly. It's not a thing that's gonna happen. And the funny thing is, even if BitChute became popular, I have a feeling the people who run BitChute would probably want to clean up the site. Because you don't make Google YouTube money with Nazis. You just don't.
Of BitChute and library and stuff like that has begun. The age of YouTube, unfortunately, appears to be waning. And I say that as someone who still does like YouTube as a site. I hate the fact that their TOS is not evenly applied. There's constant algorithmic manipulation, and then there's a cry constantly for censorship. What YouTube needs to do is reform its TS to stop literally encouraging people, basically, to misuse...
Dude spanking dude says, I hate the fact that without the beard, the dude would look cute, but he's such a chud. I guess. I don't know. Not a fan of the shirt, honestly, either. Arcana Stamper Blackwell, right-wingers always get all melty snowflake when they're the businesses they champion ban people. Granted, I still support that, but I can't center my politics around jerking off to corporations. True. It's always about companies' freedom to do what they want until it's the companies deciding they don't want to be associated with these shitbags. Kiki, you're shedding all over my keyboard.
Their flagging and reporting function, because that's essentially what you've got. And they used to be like that in the bad old days. They finally changed that around 2011, 2012, and things got better until about 2017. Now they're shit again. YouTube decided to nerf its own site, essentially. That's about all. Peace out.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Dude spanking dude says, I mean, even if, let's say, Twitter decided to let racist and stuff on their platform and banned, let's say, LGBT positive people and such, that's well within the company's rights. Yeah. I think it would end poorly for them, because what these people don't seem to understand is that these companies want to make a profit, and that typically includes opening themselves up to the most number of people possible. Oh, Kiki fucked my camera. Hold on. Let me fix it. But, Come on. Please work. There we go. But most people in this country at this point support LGBTQ people. So if you were to ban them, you would lose a large chunk of your audience. These people don't get that they're so unpopular, corporations feel the need to distance themselves from them. Atheist Mom sent me this. Someone it looks like there's some Native Americans flipping off Mount Rushmore. And then this person says, "Hate America, get the hell out." Despite the fact that they're Native Americans. Yikes. Yikerinos. Cody Johnston, what's this? Elon Musk. Oh boy. Elon Musk. Fucking ridiculous. Oh, they're doing a 4th Doctor, 10th Doctor adventure. I gotta listen to the ad for this. What's TOS? It's just an ad. That was barely a trailer. Whoa. Let's see what this guy's got going on. You're so far behind on the show. Yeah. Brighteon plans to introduce super chats and tipping. I assume Brighteon is some sort of right-wing Twitch alternative or something. Much balance, Kiki. Very agile. Kiki's on my chair if you can't see. The different selling points of Trump and Biden. V-shaped recovery continues. CNN tries to start a coronavirus party. Moral panic. Violent BLM. Oh, Christ. I'm trying to find what are his most popular videos. I don't even know. I think I've seen this guy before, but I'm not, like, super familiar.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Since you didn't see it, what age cat are you adopting? Like a small kitten or adult cat? And what colors do you want? Oh, I don't know. I have nothing in particular. Whenever Kiki no longer is here, I'll just go to like a shelter or something, or if it happens. I know there are some stray cats in this neighborhood, but I haven't been able to like lure them. And also the Arby's near me has a lot of stray cats, so I might just grab a stray from there if I can like get them some food and see if they are friendly. Relatively, obviously, I don't expect stray cats to, you know, be the friendliest, but some of these cats are rescue cats, so see if any of them want to come with me. Either way. But I don't have any particular, like, breeds or, like, age of cat in mind. Any cat that needs a home, I'd be willing to, you know, take. Reason LGBTQ acceptance is declining amongst the young. Uh-huh. Sure it is.
That's right, capitalistic propaganda.
Thank you, Antimary, for following. He said 9 years ago he has a video that says legal weed is not safe. Oh, wow. Many of his videos that were the most popular are 9 years old. In fairness, you could say the same thing about the Hannah and Jake channel, so fair enough. Let's watch the LGBTQ one. Where'd you go, Kiki? Maybe she left.
Alright everyone, you're probably hearing some of the reports about LGBTQ acceptance declining among the youth. That is, when you compare Gen Z to millennials, acceptance of, like, you know, gay and lesbian stuff is lower. But that's a little bit misleading. I'm going to try to explain exactly what's happening, and it's obvious what is happening, and you're not going to get...
I'm going to have to look at the study he's referencing. Does he have... Hold on, let me see if he has a link to it. USA Today, the young are regarded as the most tolerant generation. That's why results of this LGBTQ survey are, quote, alarming. Young people are growing less tolerant of LGBTQ individuals, a jarring turn for generation traditionally considered embracing and open, a survey released Monday shows. A number of Americans 18 to 34 who are comfortable interacting with LGBTQ people slipped from 53 in 2017 to 45 in 2018, the only age group to show a decline according to the annual Accelerating Acceptance Report, and that's down from 63 in 2016. Driving the dilution of acceptance are young women whose overall comfort levels plunged from 64 in 2017 to 52 in 2018, says the survey conducted by Harris Poll on behalf of LGBTQ advocacy group GLAAD. We count on the narrative that young people are more progressive and tolerant, John Gerzema, CEO of the Harris Poll, said today. These numbers are very alarming and signal looming social crisis in discrimination. I would imagine part of this has to do with the fact that in the past, when people thought LGBTQ people, like in 2010 or whatever, their first thought would be to, like, gay people, lesbians, bi people. But when people hear LGBT today, a lot of focus in our day-to-day discourse about that stuff involves trans people, like myself. And unfortunately, a lot of people are still quite uncomfortable with people who are trans. It's unfortunate. It's something that we should all strive to work on and get people more comfortable and understanding of trans issues. But I'd imagine it's more that there have always been a fewer number of people who are comfortable with transgender individuals, and therefore when asked the same question today, their mind does not go to, oh, my gay uncle. It goes to, oh, trans people, someone they may have never met, because there are fewer trans people than there are, I think, gay people on the whole. Could be wrong. Haven't looked at the statistics on that, but to me it seems like there's certainly more gay people than trans people. And TERFs. Yes, TERFs. 36% of young people said they were uncomfortable learning a family member was LGBTQ, compared to 29% in 2017. 34% were uncomfortable learning their doctor was LGBTQ versus 27% last year. 39% were uncomfortable learning their child had a school lesson on LGBTQ history versus 30% in 2017. The negative shift for the young is surprising, said Sarah Kate Ellis, GLAAD president and CEO. When GLAAD delved into the numbers, the group found that the younger generation was coming in contact with more LGBTQ people, particularly individuals who are non-binary and don't identify simply as lesbian or gay. This newness they are experiencing could be leading to the erosion, which is kind of what I was talking about a minute ago. It's a newness that takes time for people to understand, our job to educate about nonconformity, she said. Toxic culture 50 years after Stonewall. The survey results come during Pride 2019 and the eve of the 50th anniversary of the Stonewall riots, which sparked the LGBTQ rights movement. They also land at a dark hour politically and culturally for the LGBTQ community amid the rise of inflammatory rhetoric and dozens of policy setbacks, such as a ban on transgender people in the military and religious exemption laws that can lead to discrimination. Ellis and Gerzema said both are likely to force behind the young's pushback on tolerance. They said the young are bombarded by hate speech on social media platforms, from viral videos to mean tweets. Our toxic culture is enveloping young people. It instills fear, alienation, but also permissibility that could sway impressionable young minds on what is acceptable. And there is a more menacing side, Alice said. We are seeing a stark increase in violence in the community. GLAAD has documented more than 40 incidents of LGBTQ hate violence since January 1st. MigUR says, my neighbors are celebrating the 4th of July by having 20-something people and no one is wearing a mask. Like, bruh. Yeah. It's nuts. People are very stupid. Anything else? Let's see.
Hi, everyone.
Oh God, who's this? Okay, we can look at this later. Let's see. Black Lives Matter. Yes, they do. Accelerated Acceptance 2019. Do they have a one for 2020? The year's not over yet, so but I'm not sure if they do it in the middle of the year or what. So, last year, the Accelerating Acceptance Index survey among U.S. adults conducted on GLAAD's behalf by the Harris Poll saw an erosion in acceptance. This is just the same one. Accelerating Acceptance Report. Okay, apparently they didn't do it this year yet, so we'll have to take a look at this year's when it comes out to see if it was a sort of fluke or if it is continuing, and if it is, I think it probably has to do with gender stuff going on more so than a lack of acceptance of homosexual people.
Get this from Salon because they don't want to admit to it. What's actually happening is not that people are becoming homophobic or whatever. Like, I guess acceptance among millennials is like 70 some odd percent. It's quite high. Among Gen Z, it's like 50-50. Part of this is due nothing more than the fact that now that gay rights have been enshrined, so like for millennials, gay rights hadn't been enshrined when we were young, when we were like teenagers and stuff. And so the idea was you were sort of fighting the power. It was anti-establishmentarian in order to be pro-gay rights because it wasn't the law of the land. Now it is. Gen Z is being raised in a world where in the United States, gay marriage is legal, gay rights are enshrined, you're not allowed to randomly harass people for being homosexual or bisexual or whatever. They're living in a world where the powers that be that are always fought against by the youth are pro-gay. There's going to be, therefore, a discrepancy, definitely, at least for a generation or two.
I kind of disagree with this. I still think it has more to do with the fact that trans issues are more at the forefront of the LGBTQ community at this point, both trans and non-binary and everything else, as opposed to just, like, LGB stuff, which is kind of like, it's still an issue and it's still something that gets talked about, but, like, gay marriage is now the law of the land. You generally, it was actually just ordered that you can't, like, by the Supreme Court, fire or not hire someone because of their, whether being trans or gay, which is a good thing, but I don't know. I think trans issues being more at the forefront has something to do with that, which leads to an on-paper drop when really probably gay acceptance is about the same level it has been, if not higher. It's just that unfortunately people's sort of uninformed views of trans individuals and non-binary individuals has sort of dropped the overall acceptance because they're all grouped into one group.
On that issue, as opposed to millennials. It's not like things aren't unidirectional. By the way, this totally defeats the argument of people on the right who have said for years to me now, well, if this happens, pretty soon it'll be illegal to be straight and stuff like that. No, it's a self-modulating process. Everything is within politics. There's no such thing as a one-directional system within politics. Everything is a roundabout. You're thinking one-dimensionally. At least broaden your horizons a little bit. It's a three-dimensional sort of political framework we live in. Things can move in literally any direction at any time, sometimes with very little outside stimulus. So what's happened is, first and foremost, millennials still think of themselves as the young generation. Sometimes it's really funny to hear.
I don't think that's the case. I'm one of the younger millennials, and I'm 20... How old am I? 26? I think I'm 26. Oh God, I'm at that age. When I was younger, I used to be like, why do adults not know how old they are automatically? That's so weird, because at a certain point, it just doesn't fucking matter. I'm pretty sure I'm 26. I'm 26, yeah. And I'm one of the younger millennials. Some millennials are in their mid to late 30s. So, no, millennials are and have been adults for quite a while. The media will often be like, millennials are doing this, this, or that, and act as though millennials are like teenagers when what they really mean is Gen Z. But as far as I see from millennials, we know we're like adults. Millennials know that they are adults. It's just the media and old people who haven't seemed to realize that yet.
Because we're in, you know, late 20s through late 30s now, I think. Is the cutoff 36 or 7 or something like that? Like, I'm right in the middle of the millennials. I'm 31. I don't know where the cutoff is. I know it goes down to like 24, 25 or something.
When do millennials and Gen Z start? I think that I talked about this with Baha the other day. The thing I saw said the last year for millennials was 94, which is when I was born, but the thing she looked at said 96. So it just depends. It's not like there's an official generation board that's deciding these things. But if you were born after 96, you're a Gen Z. If you're born before that, up to like, and you're up to like 36, 37, 38, you're probably a millennial. If you're older than that, you're Gen X. If you're like old as fuck, you're a boomer.
So Gen Z is living in a world that's different. Number 2 is rebellion against the millennials. Millennials have become a whiny, self-righteous, far-left generation, and Gen Z is lashing out at us a little bit. Not at me, but against most.
I find that to be not the case. From what I've seen from Gen Z people, if anything, they make fun of millennials for being too milquetoast with our efforts. Like, oh, you're gonna go... I've seen jokes about, like, oh, you're gonna go peacefully protest and eat your fucking avocado toast? And they're like, tear down the system. So if anything, I've seen Gen Z people who are more extreme in their political views than millennials in the left direction, but who knows? I don't know.
Millennials. It's funny because
What are pre-boomers called? The World War II generation, I think, was called, like, the greatest generation, something like that. Or the lost generation, maybe? Let me look. The lost generation. No, that was World War I. The lost generation was World War I. Greatest generation is World War II. Silent generation, then baby boomers, Gen X, millennials, Gen Z, and then Generation Alpha are born. Research in popular media use the early 2010s as the starting birth years to the mid-2020s, so Generation Alpha is going to be after Gen Z.
I'm like the black sheep of the fucking millennial generation. It's really funny to be on this side of politics, which is I'm a libertarian, classically liberal, not a member of the L.
Sushi Mom 10, my baby is Gen Alpha. Yeah. Hold on, let me look at the thing you linked. The generations. So let's see. Birth start and birth's end. iGen or Gen Z. Honestly, calling them iGen to me sounds so fucking outdated. That would apply more to millennials with like iPods and iMacs and stuff. Gen Z is not that. That's a weird. Anyway, Gen Z, birth start 1995 and ends in 2012. Millennials, if you were born from 1980 to 1994, which I was, so I was one of the younger millennials. Gen X. Oh wait, there's Zennials? What the fuck is that? 75 to 85? Ooh, that would be Jake. Jake, I think, was born in 85. No, he was born in 89, maybe? Something like that. My parents are Gen X, although they act like boomers. So I don't know.
LP, fiscally conservative. I don't really socially give a fuck. I'm
yeah, Jake's 88. Or wait, it is 88. It's 88. I know that.
More like a standard millennial on gay rights.
Because his birthday's... I know. Yeah,
The other
I know his birthday.
thing that I would say to you, and this is obvious to people.
I'm not gonna say it in case that's doxing. I don't know if it is.
People who I think have common sense, but they don't want to talk about it because they're afraid of getting called homophobic. The other part of it is that opportunists.
Bahablast says you don't have parents. You were born in a pod in the forest. True, and then Kiki found me. Thank you, Kiki, for being my surrogate mother.
Either pretending to be gay or being gay and just really, really fucking far out there, have taken what initially was a movement. Originally, gay rights.
Did he just claim that there were people in Gen Z who are pretending to be gay? What the fuck?
A la the millennial generation was like, hey, gay people are the same as you, treat people with respect. Here's the dude in his t-shirt and blue jeans. You would never know to look at him that he's gay. That was basically how it was presented. It's basically live and let live, leave people alone. Now gay pride has stepped in, and it's, you know, people with glitter and a dildo stuck to their forehead. That's...
Literally, do these people see people at literal pride events and think that's how they dress in their everyday life? Do they also think that Irish people dress all in green with shamrocks every day because of St. Patrick's Day? You idiots. Jesus.
That's the way it's organized. That's the way it's portrayed publicly now is totally different than how it was portrayed 15, 20 years ago. Then it was stop hitting us, stop throwing us in jail, let us live our lives, be normal just like you. Let me get married, let me do this, and live my life, be who I want to be and who I am from birth. Let me be gay.
MH Darkbeast says, did you see the folks freaking out about the birthing pod that's being developed? And some woman is like, liberals taking away the only thing that makes women special. Can you imagine literally saying that and not realizing how much you're reducing what a woman is down to the fact that they're able to give birth? And not only that, not every woman can give birth, and I'm talking about cis women. So, I really don't understand what these people think. It's very strange. Any stupid position to try and shit on trans people. Look, the thing is, too, I would never want a kid. Ever, ever, ever. Not my bag. Too selfish for that shit. Can't do it. And I also don't like being around kids very much, so I would make a terrible mother. But, except to you fine people. I will be your dark mother. But, you know, I don't have to actually, like, change your diapers or anything. Anyway, it's great if someone's, like, trans, or if they're even, like, cis, and they can't have kids in the traditional way, and they want to use whatever this birthing pod thing is. That's awesome. That's awesome. Get it. Get your fucking kid. CJ Oracle, Hannah has just as much of a chance to get pregnant as John Doyle does to be my biological father. True. Hans Wormhat does hate this. Someone sent me a Twitter thing. Oh. Yeah.
And it's fine. Now it's not only am I going to do that, but I'm totally fucking weird here. Like, look at me in my rainbow-colored clothes, and you see...
You were wearing a Hawaiian shirt in the other video. What's wrong with rainbow clothes? Why do you care?
Pictures of people, and this is used as...
Straight people can wear rainbow clothes if you want. You know that? You guys can. Any of the straights out there? You can wear rainbow clothes if you want. It's not against the law. No one can stop you.
Propagandas.
It's like playing Monster Mash in months outside of October. No one can stop you.
Well, with like dildos strapped to their body, and people at these pride events that are not part of the normal, like the LGBT corpus. You have people dressed in bondage gear, pretending to be animals, and you have, you know, drag queen story hour, and you have like...
Oh my god, these people all butthurt about drag queens existing and reading stories to kids are so ridiculous. For one thing, kids don't know what a drag queen is, okay? You take a kid to a drag queen story hour, they just think it's a lady dressed in, like, really out there clothes having fun. The kids do not understand what a drag queen is, and it's not some inherently sexual thing. Drag is just a fun thing people do. Like, it's cool. It's fine. Those fuckers were there at Stonewall throwing bricks with everyone else. Let's not all of a sudden shit on drag queens for no reason.
Lactatia, and you have stuff like that. If you combined that in with what would formerly be just, hey, I'm gay and leave me alone, yes, acceptance of that is going to go down.
It's a parody of gender expectations. But yeah, it's a parody and a celebration, I think, by taking a thing and, like, making it really, really out there. I don't know.
Of course it's going to go down. Yes, acceptance of...
I saw, when I went to Pride, like, last year, before coronavirus and everything, I saw a drag show, and that was pretty fun. And there was also a drag king, which I'd never seen before. That was fun. Yeah. It's like an interesting show. It's like a fun, out there... I don't get what people don't get about it. It's just like a fun thing.
Grown men walking around on all fours barking at small children, or of people, you know, sexualizing children, or things of that. Yes, acceptance of that, I would hope, is going to be lower. That's the way that it is. But it doesn't have to even be part of that movement. What's happened is...
I know, I saw there was a drag queen Trump. I don't like that, though, because it kind of implies... I don't know. It implies there's something inherently mocking about drag. I don't like that idea. Like, oh, haha, look, we put Trump in drag. It implies that drag is, like, something to be mocked. And there is an element of, like, satire and, like, look at how extravagant and extra I'm being in terms of drag. But it's not, that's not what that image is implying. That image is just like, ha ha ha, we put Trump in drag, which I don't think is funny.
The purity spiral of sorts. And this is because of the political side. This isn't because of...
Sushi Mom 10 says, this is my drag friend, Vivica. Let's take a look. Oh, nice. Holy shit. I wonder how hard that is to balance on the head. That's gotta be tough.
You know, be accepting of gay people. Like, this isn't a gay marriage issue anymore. Gay marriage is already legal. This has become a political sub-movement. What's happened is that a political component has hijacked the initial...
Migu R says, so my parents are Jehovah's Witnesses, and I overheard my dad talking with another witness that they are basically saying the end times are coming because of the pandemic. From every Christian group, whether it be Jehovah's Witnesses or Mormons or fucking Protestants, Lutherans, whatever, all of them have said the end times are here. All of them have said Jesus is almost here. It's like the Christian record has been on skip for the last 2,000 years. We're living in the end times. We're living in the end times. We're living in the end times, and we never are. We never are.
Gay rights movement, and tacked on a bunch of other social issues that have nothing to do with it. There's no similarity between, well, I should have the right to have my 10-year-old kid go into a bar and strip, basically.
That's the one example they always use because it's the one example everyone agrees is fucking weird, right? That's not inherently connected to the LGBTQ community whatsoever, any more than, like, child beauty pageants are connected to weird heteronormativity. People just do weird shit, right?
It has nothing to do with two gay consenting adults getting married. It has nothing to do with that situation. But it's been tacked on as a sub-social movement. And so if you're looking at the whole picture, and you're looking at the portrayal of LGBTQ as including those other things, yeah, acceptance of it's not going to be the same 70-75% it was several years ago. Wow, imagine that. People have a negative reaction to all this other bullshit that's been thrown in that has nothing to do with equal rights. That's the other part. Gay rights won. People who are gay or lesbian or bi or whatever have equal rights to anyone else. You can get a gay marriage now. You are not supposed to be there. There's no doctrinal mistreatment of people for being homosexual.
The law has been changed, but that doesn't mean that people aren't still discriminated against because of their sexuality or their gender identity. And it was just ruled, like, a couple weeks ago that you couldn't be fired for being, like, gay or trans or whatever. That's a case that just got concluded by the Supreme Court and ruled upon. So he made this in August 2019 when he said this. Absolutely untrue. And even now, despite the fact, it would be like saying, for instance, well, the Civil Rights Act passed, so there's no more racism. Congrats, everyone. Racism solved. Just because the letter of the law says that you're not allowed to do these things doesn't mean that systematic discrimination isn't still a part of the fabric of the society in which we live. It's unfortunate. I wish just writing the law and being like, hey, no more systematic transphobia. You can't be discriminated against. I wish a stroke of a pen could do that, but we all know life is more complicated than that.
It's not relegated to mental illness. It doesn't prevent you from donating blood, although there are some that would argue that that was jumping the gun and that it doesn't make sense. All of these various things have changed over the last 20 years, such that a person who is a homosexual, if they're mistreated by some random homophobe, the homophobe's breaking the law. They're protected under the law.
No. You can on the street see a gay couple and say, you guys are a bundle of sticks, if you know what I'm saying. You can see a trans person and use the T slur. You can whatever. People are still allowed to do those things and do, in fact, do those things. It's just that an employer cannot fire you expressly for these reasons. Although, because most of the states in this country are now at-will employment states, they can fire you not only for any reason, but for no reason. And just, even if you know it's because your boss is, like, super conservative, or whatever, a homophobe, a transphobe, and you know that they're firing you because of your identity, whether it be your whether they find out you're like married to a dude and you're a dude, or if they find out you're trans, or if you come to them and say, hey, I am going to transition, just so everyone knows this is the thing that's going to happen, they can say, all right. A week later, they can say, all right, you're fired. And you can say, is this because I'm trans or because I'm gay? And they can say, no, even if it is. And they can get away with it because at-will employment is a fucking blight on all of the working class in this country. It's so fucked. As long as at-will employment stands, none of these laws mean anything.
Law the same as anyone else. There's no more fight to have. And so what's happened is that the gay pride element devolved from people saying, look, I'm just like you, I want to be able to live my life, to crazy shit. Crazy shit that has nothing to do with equal rights. It has nothing to do with any civic struggle because there's no more struggle to have. The struggle is over. The problem is, though, that the people that take part in activism have difficulty laying down the pitchforks and torches after they're done winning on a social issue. This has been the case before. Tea Party comes to the fore. They elect a bunch of people to the Senate and to the House. They stymie Obama's policies. They basically obstruct Obama for half a decade. That was their goal. But afterwards, did they go...
Thank you to Butthurt Gamer 2 for following.
...away, or did they sort of change form, and then you get the Glenn Beck off...
Nice, based liberty.
...shoot moralistic crowd. You get the Trump populist crowd. No, they just change form and they find a new activistic issue to work on. But if I'm fighting for gay rights, and gay rights are enshrined, I still want to fight for something. Wow, there's got to be some injustice out there. Oh, I know. People...
Thanks, mods. You're nailing it.
People still think that it's odd if you take a tiara and soak it in AIDS blood and wear it down the street. People still think it's odd if you have a problem with grown men throwing money to a 10-year-old drag queen.
Again, the one weird example. Gee, let's look at, I don't know, child beauty pageants. I'm gonna be on a list for Googling this shit. Okay, so child beauty pageants. They're fucking weird. They're gross. But I don't blame all straight people for them. Okay? The same would apply for some weird child drag show, which I think is also weird. Jesus.
But these are totally separate social issues. They have nothing to do with the initial struggle. It's a total, at the very least, it's...
Go back to what he said about AIDS blood.
Grown men. People still think it's odd if you have a problem with grown men throwing money to a 10-year-old drag queen. But these are totally separate. Enshrined, I still want to fight for something. Wow, there's got to be some injustice out there. Oh, I know. People still think that it's odd if you take a tiara and soak it in AIDS blood and wear it down the street.
What the fuck is he talking about?
People still think it's odd if you have a problem with grown men throwing money to a 10-year-old drag queen. But the
child drag shows don't exist. Let's take a look, shall we? There's an 11-year-old drag queen. Here's a kid. Might be the same kid. So this kid's a drag queen. At least it's one kid. So, there you go.
These are totally separate social issues. They have nothing to do with the initial struggle. It's a total, at the very least, it's several mutations that have occurred within that social struggle. That's why acceptance is lower.
No, it's not.
Because the gay rights movement that us millennials saw when we were young, this during our formative years that informed the rest of our lives politically and socially.
There are child drag queens, but there aren't, like, shows in adult spaces. They must be going somewhere. They must be showing this in public somewhere, otherwise, why are there pictures of it, right? Okay.
Was totally different than the one Gen Z is experiencing. It's not the same. There are millennials that don't understand this. They want to pretend it is the same. It's like the boomers talking about the economy. The economy has fundamentally changed on so many different fucking levels. Your pound, just pull yourself up by the bootstraps, pound the pavement like I did. I put myself through college with a part-time job. You can't do it anymore. It's impossible. Nobody's whining, it's physically impossible. The same is true with regards to the gay rights issue, a la again, the shift from like young Gen Z through the millennials, through the young Gen X through the millennials to the new generation. And now you've got Generation Alpha coming along. They're getting old enough to go to kindergarten almost now. The times are changing. The social issue is not the same. The idea of LGBTQ is now a corporate product to be bought and sold. It's all sorts of flashy rainbow fucking colors. It's no longer about surviving AIDS, it's about drenching yourself in AIDS blood.
Oh my goodness. No, what are you talking about?
It's no longer about equal rights, it's about additional rights. It's no longer about, hey, we're just like you, treat us with respect, we're your fellow Americans. We're a totally separate group. Let us show you that every time we have a parade. It's a different situation.
This is from 2019.
Wait, no, I don't give a shit if people march down the street in bondage gear and wave rainbow flags. I saw a gay pride parade in one of those towns west of Amsterdam. I thought it was hilarious. The first time, by the way, I've ever seen gay pride parades was in the Netherlands. I don't have a problem with it, but it's not the same as watching a bunch of people go before Congress and say, look, I've been attacked 4 times by the...
Yeah, those are different things. That's why they're different. Pride parades have always been quite extra, let's say. Depending on the location. For instance, the Pride event I went to last year here in Michigan, I think it was Ann Arbor, I could be wrong, there was a drag show, but, like, no one was walking around in, like, super skimpy clothing or with dildos attached to them or whatever. I've seen pictures of events where that happens, but it's not the norm in most of the country, from my understanding.
The Klan in my small town over.
The event I went to was just a lot of, like, LGBTQ people existing in the same space, enjoying fair food, watching entertainment on the stage, whether it be the drag show or musicians that were coming on. There were a bunch of booths for different things, you know. People had their faces painted and were eating cotton candy. I'd argue that's probably a good 80% of Pride events in this country.
Over the last year alone, because people think, you know, that I'm gay, and my...
Grand Rapids Pride, that's what it was. Thank you, Baja Blast, for remembering things that I don't about my own life.
My neighbor here has AIDS, he's not even gay, he gets mistreated and called...
That was fun. I got to argue with street preachers. I think there's video of it on the YouTube channel, Hannah and Jake. Hopefully next year, COVID either has a vaccine or... I don't know. I don't know. Whatever. Next time Pride is a thing, I can't wait to go and actually argue with them well in lady mode, because last year when I was arguing with the street preachers, I was still, like, presenting as male. So that'll be fun. I feel like it'll make them very uncomfortable.
You know, the F word all the time. That's a different social issue. It doesn't happen anymore. It's, yes, acceptance has declined. I wonder why. That's about all. Peace out.
What else we got from this guy? He's kinda awful. He says, how and why I believe JFK was killed. Oh, God. Leftists congratulate themselves about Tulsa despite losing badly. Uh-huh. What else we got? What's this?
Sandman here.
Transgender and MGTOW. Oh God, what is this gonna be? If COVID vaccine is finalized, that shit's gonna be super expensive because capitalism. Yeah. The treatment drug that I think the United States government, via tax dollars, put like tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars of public funding into, costs $3,000 a dose. It's sick. This country is fucking sick in multiple ways, both literally and figuratively. Logan Batshit says, have you ever been to Affirmations in Ferndale, Michigan? They have a lot of transgender-specific safe space and groups there. Haven't been there. London Ripton says, I'm very worried about this video. This is gonna hurt, isn't it? Possibly. What costs $3,000 a dose? It's a medicine that was developed for the treatment of COVID-19. I read an article about it the other day. It's a recent, like, medication that they've been working on. It's not a cure or anything. It's just to try and help with the symptoms. And try and keep you from, you know, dying if you're in a really bad place and on a ventilator.
Today's video is brought to you by a donation from Ava, and here's what they have.
So it was researched via public funds and invented using public funds, but it's going to cost $3,000 a dose in America. It's so fucked.
To say, Sandman, one of the things that most people are missing is how transgender, as well as MGTOW people, have some things in common. Many transgendered individuals...
Nope. No, we don't. I'm gonna say this right now. No, we don't. No.
Believe that they have to be feminists in order to gain a helping hand and place in society. When Bruce Jenner recently announced that he was conservative...
If you ever hear someone citing Caitlyn Jenner, you fucking asshole. If you ever see someone referring to Caitlyn Jenner as someone speaking for all trans people, tell them I told them to shut the fuck up. Caitlyn Jenner's awful. She's fucking awful. She's awful.
Even transgender, someone with a celebrity voice finally is shown reality, is not what the feminist agenda cannot reconcile. Most of the transgendered individuals I have met all have a conservative view of government.
This is either a lie. Has he ever met a transgender person? He's just lying, right? Or it's selection bias because he is a clearly MGTOW right-wing dude. I don't know how many subscribers this channel has. Let me take a look.
Hi, everyone.
It doesn't say. His videos get 10, 20, oh God, look at all the fucking women in the thumbnails. Always with these people. This guy's getting put in the regulars.
Hi, everyone.
I don't know how many subscribers he has, but he gets decent enough views, so probably the people who come to his videos are already going to be right-wing MGTOW type people, so if any of them happen to be trans, those are the ones he's going to be speaking to, so it's not exactly even-handed. In my experience, most trans people, as you'd imagine, are left-wing. There's even a meme about trans people being fucking communist cat girls. So, you're wrong.
Conservatives in the LBGT community have a common goal: to get the government out of our daily lives, of which feminists and their government want to force their agenda on everyone by an iron fist of socialist government.
No. None of this is true. This guy's awful.
I know the debate of being gay or transgender is a choice if born that way, and will continue.
It's not a choice. You even used the term born that way. It's not a choice to be transgender or to be gay. It's a choice whether or not you would like to hide your entire life and pretend to be something you're not, but that's not a choice of who you are. That's a choice of how you express yourself, honestly or not.
To go on. From a conservative constitutional perspective, the right for the pursuit of happiness, as long as it doesn't infringe on others' rights, should not be infringed upon by the government. And I don't care if someone doesn't want to bake my cake. The free market will always have someone willing to take your money to provide goods and services for you.
Oh, here we go, jerking off to the free market. Oh, the free market, the invisible hand's gonna make me come. Jesus Christ, stop it with this shit. Stop it with this fucking common sense horse shit.
When we let the government become big enough to force some...
Fucking Thomas Paine. I'm gonna go back in time and punch you with an invisible hand, you asshole. Wait, no, am I thinking of the wrong person?
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
I forget. XXX Trevor Belmont, 25 bits. Laugher curve. I mean, it says it right there.
Someone else to do what you want.
Adam Smith. Is that who I'm thinking of? And he was for progressive income tax.
It's only a matter of time before that same government will force you to do something that you don't want either. For me, MGTOW at the core is conservative and logic-based reasoning, to hold all
No, it's not.
Accountable for their actions, as well as to provide everyone equal opportunity and protection. As to the United States, we have lost that to special interest groups, mainly mega banks, social justice warriors, corporations, and feminists, to name a few.
Ah, yes, the two things that have ruined my life. Banks and SJWs. Ooh. Does anyone hear the dogs barking in the distance? Weird.
MGTOW for me may or may not be what it is for you. However, I think that we're collectively trying to correct the corrupted and misguided metaphorical pendulum in order to get it to the middle, and not simply swing from one side to another. Please let me know your thoughts on this, and have a great day. And also be sure to only use my name, Ava, and not necessarily my user ID. Thank you. Well, Ava, thanks for your donation, and for this topic suggestion. I've seen some feminists up here fighting to make transgendered issues a household name. And some of them have even gone as far as to make them acceptable in the school system up here in Canada.
Acceptable in the school system? Do you mean kids being allowed to express their gender identity in a way that makes them comfortable? Or are you talking about just teaching about, you know, being transgender somewhere in the curriculum, probably in the health class, along with, you know, stuff like, hey, some people are gay, some people are straight, some people identify this way, some people identify that way, which would be completely fine. Anita Wu, thank you for continuing your subscription.
And during last year's Slut Walk, I saw many transgendered people helping the cause of that particular feminist event. So why wouldn't the transgendered people be trying to help the community? They're welcomed there by the feminists with open arms. And to be honest with you, anytime I've made a video highlighting gay or gender-based topics...
My cousin's gonna be here soon. I'm gonna keep streaming, though, and it'll probably be like a 10-minute break. I'll put some music on and put on the, you know, be right back thing. But I'll come back once we're done saying hello to each other.
Topics. People have often sent me private messages saying that they'll unsubscribe if they hear me talk about such subjects ever again. But here I am talking about it yet again. I went to school for a fine arts degree in media production, and it's helped me professionally in my life. It was also a place where I was exposed to a lot of transgender as well as transhuman issues. Even back then, feminism was firmly entrenched in my college program. I had to take gender studies as a core component in my curriculum, and spent 3 years studying it there. Transgendered people as well as this topic don't make me feel uncomfortable at all, and instead I understand the issues quite well. But I have to tell you, Ava,
doubt
that many men going our own way are not into hearing about this type of topic. I agree with you that getting the transgendered community to embrace men going their own way would be a very positive thing to do. But it's not going to happen because men going their own way are about individual men and not necessarily a collective. We don't welcome anyone into the philosophy in a traditional sense. All we do is give the information to others and tell our stories, and we don't organize. We are not your traditional-based support network. When I was at Toronto Slutwalk last year, I was sizing up the crowd, and besides possibly transgendered people, I saw many dominatrixes, as well as escorts, that could possibly be made into great allies by men going their own way. They were arguing against the government's newly introduced bill, C-36, which criminalized being a John, but made being a prostitute perfectly legal.
If you're gonna work on, like, getting... How do I put this? If you're gonna make sex work still illegal, more or less, not exactly for... How do I want to put this? If you're trying to make prostitution go down in your country, it would make sense to me to punish Johns as opposed to punishing people who are desperate and would like money. I don't believe that they should make prostitution illegal. I think that if people want to do sex work, they should be able to do so, preferably within the bounds of, like, a legal brothel that's regulated to make sure that they're, like, being treated well and make sure that everyone's getting STD tests regularly. But if you're gonna try and reduce prostitution for one reason or another, it makes sense to cut off the people trying to get it as opposed to the people providing a service. Sorry, I'm just looking out the window for when my cousin gets here. I'm not sure how far away they are.
They knew that they would hurt men and hurt the businesses of these prostitutes. And as I stood there, the crowd of feminists listening to them were quiet and didn't seem to show any support for them. They were there and allowed to speak their minds, but they didn't get as much applause as the transgendered individuals. So with thunderous applause, the transgendered people there were accepted and encouraged by the feminists. Ava, what's your suggestion for telling transgendered people about MGTOW? How can we do this? I ended up speaking to a transgendered person last year about the wage gap myth, and they got really upset with me. They said that men are paid more, and this is coming from a person who's also self-employed.
What's the name of this YouTube channel? Sandman, I think? Is it going to be a short stream today? No, when my cousin gets here, I'm going to put some music on and throw up the... Like, I'll be right back, and I'll be gone for like 10 minutes, maybe 10, 15, but then I'll come back.
So they knew it was a lie. But with the new gender identity that they were taking on, they identified with the different group, and they took that group's political values and then began defending them. The sad truth is the transgendered community is far too well entrenched in feminism to be brought into the fold with men going their own way.
It's almost like we find that men going their own way tend to be transphobic, and not only that, but often they're entrenched in incel ideology that views women as sex objects and therefore aren't very good allies to the cause of people who are trying to express themselves the way they'd like to, whether it be female to male or male to female, whatever, trans men, trans women. Either way, MGTOW ideology, viewing people as effectively only sexual entities, don't make very good allies to people who are trying to have complex discussions about gender.
And men going their own way is for men, not women and transgendered people either.
And NB people, yes.
Some people would say that accepting transgendered people would be the first step in accepting women as well. And no man going his own way is going to take women talking about men's issues very seriously. A few women have been accepted by our community, but 99.9% of them have not. Ava, if you want a real shot at being accepted by this community, then start producing content or get someone else transgender to produce that content for you.
No. Don't do it.
And if it gives us a unique picture about male and female nature, then we'll accept you. That's the best plan of action that I can tell you to take. Otherwise, there will be no acceptance and no inclusion. People like to fit into existing social orders instead of creating their own. Even with a label such as MGTOW, the majority of men that are living this lifestyle will never identify with the label. Because free and independent men, for the most part, don't label themselves anything. Being transgender in MGTOW isn't going to happen, because it all comes down to social baggage.
There could very possibly be someone out there who is a trans man and identifies as a MGTOW person. I'm sure that person exists out there. I'd argue it's a little strange, but there are so many people on this planet. They probably exist out there somewhere.
And it's certainly not going to happen by making people aware of it online. The only way I see this happening is if the faculties of higher education started to promote the idea of going your own way. And that's not really going to happen either, because it hurts the state coffers, and offends the feminists that are already firmly entrenched in the halls of academia. That's all I have.
What confuses me, Logan Batshit says, what confuses me about this movement the most... Hello. My cousin will be here soon. Logan Batshit says, what confuses me about this movement the most is that they act like men haven't been able to go their own way this whole time anyway. Yeah. It's very strange. Is that them? Nope.
To say on
May have ordered us food as a surprise, too.
What?
this particular...
They ordered us food as a surprise.
You ordered us food?
Yeah.
What did you order?
I don't know, it's a surprise.
Okay.
topic. I wish I had more to say about this subject, but this argument is very black and white. Now I want to take this discussion into a different direction, and talk about my experience covering women's events briefly. In the last couple of months I've been doing video and photography work at tons of women's events. And I thought that weddings were bad, but I see stubborn female entrepreneurs building businesses in greater numbers than ever. Many of these women are married and have husbands that provide a good stable income. And on the side, these women are starting small businesses, and the failure rates are extremely high. We already know that most women spend 80 to 90% of the money in the consumer economy, but they are increasingly spending their money on small business services and the dream of running a business as well. What I also find interesting are the types of businesses that
they're coming from her sister's house, I think. I think that's where they've been staying.
most of these female business owners.
The person staring outside.
Oh, they probably think I'm staring at them.
Oh, they thought I was staring at them because I was looking directly at them.
Whoops. There's just someone street parked, and they probably think I'm some asshole who's, like, staring at them because I'm mad they're, like, outside my house. Of course not. The street's public property. I don't give a fuck if someone wants to park there. Dude spanking dudes, another chud. Well, I guess I don't have to keep looking. You're looking, so...
Yeah, that's why I came in here.
Thank you.
That?
Objectifying women. Here's why, according to science. Oh, God.
You don't know what kind of car they're driving, do you?
Well, no, but it'll be a dude with a goatee, bald, and her.
So, like, everyone in this city.
That's true. Fair enough.
Owners are starting. They're selling cleaning supplies, health foods, professional services.
Is he literally talking about, like, multi-level marketing pyramid schemes? Because that's hilarious. That's not a real business.
Jewelry.
That's a scam that you've gotten involved in, not a business.
Clothing, wine, and other consumer goods and services. It's
I want to show Chet.
fine. Dude spanking dudes, consider yourself modded. You're here most of the time. You're modded.
Chet, look at how cool my mask is. My boss made it for me. She also made one for Hannah. It's got penguins on the inside.
It's also interesting to see what happens when I, as a man, enter a woman's space where 95% plus of the women there are basically doing nothing but tooting their own horns instead of getting down to the hard work. Women also tend to get far more emotional about their businesses than men do. They're willing to run them at a great loss for many years because it's not always about making money for them, but it's more about the dream of owning that business. And oftentimes it's subsidized by a working mangina husband.
Oh, Christ. He just unironically used the word mangina.
So why
Alright.
am I talking about all of this? Well, for a guy that can recognize such opportunities, you can make a lot of money selling services to women that don't always want to be successful. And I have no...
MigUR says, as a straight guy, I can sympathize with the LGBT plus community because they are always getting shit on for who they are, just like how I gotta hear right-wing douches say shit like DACA people are MS-13.
problem selling a woman business services, even if I see your business running straightly into a wall of failure. My frustration comes down to helping women improve their businesses, and they don't take me seriously either, because I'm a man, or because they've already found a woman that's running a similar business successfully, in a certain way, and they're simply trying to imitate the success of that other woman, instead of innovating and creating a new business from scratch. My favorite thing to listen to is when women get upset at each other for selling the same
Now it's a habit.
Services in similar ways. Female entrepreneurs hate competing with one another because women are more collaborative by nature than men. And when they go into something such as being in a small business, they'll often fight each other for tiny pieces of clients.
Oh my god. These people always do contradictory things too, saying that women are gonna argue with each other over clients, meanwhile they also say things like men are more competitive than women. Which is it? Anyone who's in a sales-based business is going to fight other people for clients. That's how it works.
As well as money. And they'll always seem more obsessed with what their
Sure, I'm not going tox. You can call me that if you'd like.
competition is doing, instead
Mama Hannah.
of focusing on how their business is working. They also tend to spy on
Yes.
each other more than
You're you can be... Is she stepmom or just also another mom? Chat.
and I find men do, and are always looking for an edge over each other. And they also try to use men like myself to spy on their competition and gather information. Business gossip and spying on each other seems to be the thing that they're most
also mom
about.
Seems to
But
be.
one particular area where women are killing men at businesses, utilization of social media. And as the economy becomes more about building relationships with clients, they will kick men's collective butt in that one particular department. But like I said, they lack the innovation as well as the one-track mind required to succeed in businesses that
Women lack the ability to innovate. Fuck you.
men have. Men, on the other hand, tend to focus on their main goal and throw everything behind, making it happen. But the
Anita Wu with 100 bits. Imagine understanding MLM so badly you think they imitate their friends and aren't part of their financial downline.
majority of female entrepreneurs that I
We should do an MLM like Monday sometime or something. That'd be fun.
know spend a lot of time getting distracted by one another instead of actually focusing on their work. So long as men continue to find new and creative ways to tap into this market of female entrepreneurs, we will be successful. And in such a market, men are utilities that are well paid for our utility value. And the man-hating in such environments is often kept to a minimum, because women are often too busy hating each other instead. I kinda like it when women compete with one another instead of men, because it means that the negative feelings are being thrown between each other instead of thrown at men like myself. And the
Arcana Stanford Blackwell says women invented Wi-Fi and pioneered modern medicine. Yeah.
only men getting hurt by these female entrepreneurs, it seems, are their mangina husbands, willing to give them tens of thousands of dollars in many cases to start dead-end businesses. But I guess that's all part of the whole cheaper-to-keeper phenomenon. Women always have a higher rate of failure when it comes to small business.
How do you spell
and they spend
asthma?
A-S-T-H.
Got it. She was asking if she wanted, if they should wear masks. And I was saying yes, because of your asthma. So presumably they're almost here.
spend many more years trying to build a business instead of men. Men tend to retool quickly, whereas women are stubborn and run their ships or businesses onto the rocks in most cases. Anyways, that's it for today's video. Thank you once again, Ava, for your donation, as well as topic suggestion. And as for everyone else, please like me on Facebook or follow me on Twitter to get tomorrow's video today. Thanks for taking your daily dose of red pills. And remember...
Ew. Let's see what else this guy's got. Oh, I already added him to my lol cow list. Objectifying women, here's why. According to science. Ick. She texted me like they were just about to be here.
Will you mute the microphone for a sec?
Oh, 1 sec. Gonna mute. Alright, they're coming in right now, so I'm gonna put on the Be Right Back and some music. I will be back in a little bit, guys. See you soon. Oh god. Sorry, that took longer than I was expecting. I'm sorry, everyone. Sorry. I don't know if anyone's even still here. Is anyone here? Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. That was fun, though. I got to see my cousin. She's really, really nice. How long was I gone? Like half an hour? Hold on, I gotta do some stuff and then we will continue with the stream. Sorry, everyone. I really am. I didn't expect that to take so long. I'm not going Tox, Mama Hannah. Can I be a big boy mod when I grow up? Perhaps. Could I get some soda? Please? Pop?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, chat. Sorry that took so long. It was the first time I was meeting Hannah's cousin, and she's great. How many viewers you got?
Still 91.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm surprised that many people...
I can't believe you guys stuck around. Good for you. I hope that it was okay and chat was okay. I got Hannah and I food.
Sorry, I'm trying to see what... Jake just did something on Discord. And I'm trying to see what it was. Go to announcements. It's gotta be under there, right? Maybe not. Ooh, thank you very much. Mac and cheese. From the Harveys near me. Thanks. Lucas Dawn says I wouldn't abandon Hannah, plus the chat is awesome. Well, thank you. Chat turned into virtual Chaz. Funny. I'm gonna eat while we do this. Deal with it. Bacon mac and cheese. Cheesy. With bread. Anyway, let's continue with the shoddy bullshit. Mukbang. It's definitely not a mukbang because it's one dish. Why can't I hear this? Oh, it was quiet at first, that's why.
A relic of a bygone era, I guess, no longer the social norm on the progression of relationships. But in previous generations, from a young age, we received direct and not so direct messages that taught us about the evolutionary order of boy-girl relationships
that
first lead to pair bonding, then marriage, then
talking about bullshit evolutionary dynamics of boy-girl relationships.
From the schoolyards of yesteryear, the song went something like this. A group of boys or a group of girls
we
would
watched
taunt
this one
their
already.
friend with the popular name of a boy or a girl in their school.
There is a lot of foil. We watched this video on a stream already. YouTube can't stop MGTOW, says this guy one day ago.
Hi everyone.
Includes paid promotion. Who's promoting this
Same
guy?
in here. This video is brought to you by a donation from Aaron. He didn't send me a...
What? Set it over here, maybe. Thanks. What did you get?
Impossible Burger.
Oh yeah, they're good.
Specific topic with his donation. So what I'd like to do is discuss how I've become optimistic with regards to the future of MGTOW. Part of it has to do with regards to what I'm seeing on platforms like MGTOW.tv and BitChute. On MGTOW.tv, the platform is growing, and by the time I release this video, there should be roughly 2 or 3 channels that have over 2,000 subscribers. I know that's nothing compared to the well over 100,000 I have on my YouTube channel, and over 16,000 on BitChute. But remember...
Let's see what's on BitChute, shall we?
Oh gosh, this is a huge fucking burger. Holy shit.
BitChute, popular. BitChute's basically right-wing and Nazi YouTube, for those who don't know.
I forgot how good those burgers are.
Mm-hmm.
You need anything else from the kitchen?
No, I'm good. Let's see, InfoWars is on here. Something about hashtag All Lives Matter is on here. The Quartering is on here. Making another fucking video about Brie Larson. Jesus Christ, dude. Get over it. She's just not that into you. Coach Red Pill's on here.
There's nothing funny about the
It's
tools of
legit just
capitalism.
awful YouTube, basically. Comradical, this dude thinks butch lesbians are simps. Oh, God.
There's
We can
nothing
watch
funny
that one
about the
next.
tools of capitalism.
Anita Wu with 100 bits. Are you saying that the right wing needs a safe space? It appears so.
Remember that this growth has happened in the last 3 or 4 months on that platform, where our content is visible and easy to access. BitChute is great, but unless your videos are trending all the time, it's hard to gain new subscribers. I get around 500 a month on BitChute, but on MGTOW.tv I'm getting 300 to 400 a month. On YouTube I'm only getting around 250 subscribers a month. But it's not the subscriber growth that gives me hope on both BitChute and more specifically MGTOW.tv. It's that recently MGTOW.tv received a denial of service attack. Someone is taking notice of the platform and is testing its weaknesses and wants it gone. I'll discuss why MGTOW
Tons of site get DDoS, dude.
is about to become an unstoppable juggernaut in just a moment. But let me first tell everyone about today's sponsor, the Brave browser.
The funny thing is, I guarantee if BitChute actually starts to become successful as some sort of competitor to YouTube, which I doubt, because tons of better companies have tried, especially those without, like, such a political bent. That is, like, it's all right-wing people on BitChute. Like Blip.tv used to be a thing. There's a bunch of websites like this, and they allowed anyone to post, right? So, it just seems odd to me that they think that this right-wing alternative to YouTube is going to be successful when YouTube itself isn't even profitable.
Zuck the cuck drinks water like a duck, but he also drinks your data. So tell him and Google to shove your data up their schwing-schwangs by downloading the Brave browser. It's free,
Vimeo,
blocks online
yeah.
advertising, and protects your privacy and data from evil tech companies. You only see ads if you want to see them, and you get cryptocurrency for your attention. Don't let Zuck use you to make a buck. Download Brave by clicking on the link down below. Anyways, now back to the video.
This mac and cheese
In the
is
last
way
year and a
better than
half,
last
YouTube has
time.
been busy censoring the
I must have gotten a shitty cook last time. Thank you for getting us dinner.
MGTOW content. In the last year, I've seen about 60% of my traffic drop. I've seen myself gaining around 4,000 to 5,000 new subscribers a month, and then falling only down to 250. Many YouTube content creators are seeing their subscriber numbers shrink, and no new ones showing up means that YouTube has stopped recommending their videos to new viewers. With regards to YouTube's search engine, they've rejigged the engine algorithm so that a video by the Washington Post now shows up at the top of the search results, complaining about Me Too.
Yeah, YouTube, and this isn't necessarily a political thing, but YouTube in general, has an inferiority complex, and it wants to be mainstream media, despite the fact that it's supposed to be a platform for independent creators. So they do intentionally put, like, you know, late night talk show stuff really high in the algorithm and stuff like that. But, like, that happens to everyone. Jake and I are very left-leaning, but our videos, the same thing happens to us. They don't want controversial shit. They don't want to recommend to people generally controversial bullshit or political stuff. They want to promote mainstream media, whatever, because it's safe. It's a business decision. If you have a problem, it's with capitalism. Don't blame YouTube for playing the game.
Below that video are searches for anti-MGTOW content, like the Bulldog Mindset. TED talks about
Later, Sushi Mom. Thanks for coming to the stream.
Empowering women, and Jordan Peterson calling us pathetic weasels. If you scroll down roughly 10, 20, or even 30 search results, you might catch a glimpse of my newest video. And my video usually has more views than most of the ones above it. Many people say that if you want to see the latest MGTOW videos, you now have to search by the release date, and then they come up that way. So YouTube has now done all it can short of just deleting our channels outright. They still might, but demonetizing us, throttling us down, and scrubbing us from the search results and recommendations has been an effective quarantine. Or has it? You see, humble listeners, they've just driven channels underground or to other platforms, creating their own competition. Susan Wojcicki, or whatever her name is, says she doesn't care that she's going to lose viewers by promoting them lamestream media, and that she's going to continue doing so. But there are a few MGTOW channels that don't use the label anymore that have slipped through the cracks
I
and are
think
giving
Daily
women
Motion
heart
still
attacks.
exists, doesn't it? Let me look. Yeah, Daily Motion still exists.
Take, for example, Coach Greg Adams, the Joker over at Better Bachelor, as well as Think Before You Sleep. Those
Better
are all
Bachelor's
channels that have
awful.
pretty much dropped the label and are still monetized outside of Think Before You Sleep. Even Stardusk's channel, which is one of the first MGTOW channels, is still monetized. And Stardusk is averaging roughly 10 to 12,000 views a video now, and he's not being throttled, and he still mentions MGTOW in his videos. But he just doesn't put it in his titles or description. YouTube, you failed because people are finding alternative ways to say the same things and creating their own words and language, and are still growing. Better Bachelor is getting on average 15 to 20,000 new subscribers a month for the last 6 months. That works out to roughly 3 to 4 million views a month. Again, YouTube, you've succeeded in driving MGTOW underground. But Red Pill ideas are still there front and center, and you can't stop them. But maybe you don't want to stop them since the
They haven't
advertisers
really
have zero
put
idea
them
what they
underground,
are.
especially
And they
considering... Let me show you something. Let me just go to my YouTube homepage. This is from, I basically watch mostly, you know, the Red Pill bullshit stuff on here. Because this is the account I use for the archive of this channel, and I'm logged in a lot in the computer. So, on my recommended page, I have a John Doyle video. This guy we just watched, who's like an alt-right Nazi dude. Who else we got? There's this dude again. Here's the dude that's talking right now in the video we're watching. Here's alt-right media. Here's Hans Wormhat. Like, if you search this stuff consistently, it still shows up in your recommended. So he's wrong.
can't be labeled now. Then again, I think that the censorship-happy social justice warriors of YouTube think that they've succeeded, because they can't easily find content that they find offensive anymore by searching for MGTOW. Also, with regards to the term feminism, feminists have been dropping that label in recent years as well, because they know young, attractive women don't want to be labeled as such, because it's like the kiss of death. A kiss of death from a land whale. Slum walk is a feminist thing, but you don't really see feminist signs there.
Yeah, he doesn't talk
I've been
about-
to other feminist rallies, and feminists have had to rebrand themselves as something else for quite some time now. And yet they still have feminist rallies that are obvious. It's like they have two strategies. Maybe MGTOW should adopt both. MGTOW.tv and BitChute out in the open, and other content going underground with the acronym on YouTube. Maybe back when the MGTOW adpocalypse happened, I was stupid to think that you have to pick either or strategy. I never thought to myself that I could use the MGTOW acronym in some places and not in others. It reminds me of a debate I had recently with a friend about Bitcoin versus gold and silver. Which is better as an investment? Before I spoke to him about it, I thought to myself, how about owning both, bitch? I was the bitch because I
Gold
didn't see
and
the
silver
obvious
would be a
truth that I
better
could like both of them.
investment than Bitcoin. For the record. Historically speaking, gold and silver have increased in value. Bitcoin is a fucking roller coaster. It's basically an MLM for tech dude bros at this point.
Nothing funny about the tools of capital.
I guess it wasn't until...
And I say that as someone who made like $500 on Bitcoin. Like, it's bullshit. Frantic31 with 250 bits, I have returned. Welcome back.
I convinced a friend of mine that
Bitcoins are the most blatant speculation bubble because there's no product. It's just people buying a currency, hoping it will go up so other people will sell it. It's like the greater fool theory. It's buying it so you hope someone else will be foolish enough to come around and buy it for more from you. That was my philosophy going in when I bought Bitcoin, and I made a profit off of it. But it's a bad investment since no one knows when the bubble's going to pop and all the speculation falls apart.
It might actually be a good idea to hold both assets that I finally started to see labeling MGTOW as such. Right now we're taking our content and diversifying it on many different platforms. Maybe we not only need to diversify the identical content, but some of it has the acronym and some of it doesn't. If I make a video where I discuss MGTOW directly, such as what I'm doing right now, then I won't mirror it on that channel, where I don't actually want to draw attention to it. For all the would-be censors out there, how can my content be considered MGTOW content at that point if there's nothing there to identify it as such? I might just stop posting on my main channel entirely if a second one starts to take off. I doubt it, but who knows? Feminists have had to change their name because they couldn't recruit, and so can we. Think Before You Sleep is the smartest of these channels because he went one step further and refused to take monetization. He just dropped the label and his channel is doing quite well. And he said the reason he never monetized is because he was worried that if his channel was ever to be demonetized, it would receive the throttle kiss of death. But I don't think that YouTube is that diabolical. It's either that, censorship, or they just want their advertisers not to think that there's MGTOW content out there making money. So with all that being said, I'm toying with the idea of starting that second channel and mirroring my content over there. Just taking MGTOW out of my titles and still producing the same content, but just scrubbing it. I guess they can still come after me for posting duplicate content, but I see no way to teach a sizable new number of guys out there about going their own way. Maybe what I should be doing is paying channels like Better Bachelor and Coach Greg Adams money to sponsor their content and ask them to promote mine. If that doesn't work, maybe I can ask them to promote the Brave browser. I don't really know what other ways to reach new guys on my current channel without YouTube recommending my content. I think that for the health of my channel and content longer term, I think that that's what I should be doing. I won't stop posting on my old channel, this one, but just mirror my content on the new one, without using that magical acronym and not even trying to monetize it. Imagine if all of a sudden my content is recommended to new users, and then I see subscriber growth. Many men will probably be saved by such a move.
The thing I don't get about these people is they say that they're men going their own way. And if they just made videos about that, no one would care. If you want to go and be a single person, whether you're male or female or non-binary or whatever, who cares? Great. You do you. But that's not what they do. They say they're going their own way, and then they spend the entirety of their time and the entirety of their channel promoting falsehoods about women, calling women sluts, saying that women fuck hundreds of men before age 35, like just insane stuff. And they seem to not understand that that's the reason that they get, like, hidden from other people. It's because of all the inflammatory shit. No one cares if you just want to be a single dude. No one cares.
There's no point even...
What are we doing? We only have 9 or 10 years to fuck the rest of our quota of guys.
I know. We really fucked up. What are you gonna do? I guess we're just failures.
Trying to monetize it at this point. Coach Red Pill was demonetized and he wasn't even using it. That's why it's smart to do what Styx, Hex, and Hammer as well as Think Before You Sleep and Stefan Molyneux were doing. Never monetizing in the first place. So you don't have to rely on that.
And that worked out for Stefan Molyneux. Just check out his YouTube channel to see how that worked out.
Money. I've mirrored my travel videos on my Sandman channel before, and it never got me into trouble before. So why not mirror my MGTOW content to another YouTube channel as well? I still feel that Better Bachelor and Coach Greg Adams will eventually get demonetized. I don't think that Stardust ever will because even with YouTube's promotion, he's only getting 100,000 to 200,000 views a month. Even Terrence Pop is monetized on many of his videos. So if your reach isn't too big, you can get Google to send you a fat paycheck. But if they take your channel's monetization away, they also might be taking away their website's recommendations of your content to new viewers. It's a bargain with the devil herself. So YouTube has failed at suppressing the growth of red pill content on their platform that's monetized and making money. I'm sure they'll end up playing whack-a-mole with the creators that I just mentioned in the future. That's why it's important for us to get onto censorship-proof platforms and still use YouTube until the wheels finally fall off. I think the future of video sharing platforms is individual websites like MGTOW.tv. It's almost impossible to find anything else
BitChute and MGTOW.tv will close long before YouTube does. YouTube has a bottomless wallet attached to Google. And Google, despite excuse me. And Google, despite the fact that YouTube doesn't make money, YouTube's never been a profitable endeavor for them, like it because it allows them to gather data about their users, like basically any other platform that Google creates, whether it's Gmail or whatever. It's in order to get more information from the end user and then sell that information to people. That's what they are making a profit on as a company. BitChute and whatever this MGTOW.tv thing are need to keep the servers running, and they aren't making money on it. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. Because a lot of people who watch people on those platforms are probably just giving money to them on their, like, something star accounts that are basically like right-wing Patreon, stuff like that, or directly PayPaling them. And I doubt the ad revenue is enough to keep the lights on, because who's going to advertise on MGTOW.tv?
On YouTube these days, especially if YouTube won't suggest new content creators to you that aren't Fox and CNN. Even when they do demonetize MGTOW content creators, then you'll see new creators show up without using the acronym and create similar content, get monetized, and then start the process all over again. With regards to creating individual platforms for genres, just imagine a video sharing website for content creators like Geeks and Gamers, Critical Drinker, Nerderotic, and the rest of the fandom menace. Then imagine a platform exclusively for news and politics. Another one for alternative health, which is also being censored on YouTube. Sure, BitChute is important, but unless you're in the popular section on that site or on trending, how is anyone supposed to find you as a new content creator? That's my biggest pet peeve with the site. Of course, you can also click on the All feature and blindly scroll through hundreds of videos looking for something to watch. Speaking of BitChute, there was recently a CBC article saying that BitChute is evil. Basically a hit piece. But it's too late. Recently there were a few videos with between 1 to 2...
It's because it's full of, at best... Oh, these are clean. We can use those. Because at best it's full of people who are like MGTOWs, and at worst it's full of people who are literal neo-Nazis.
...million views on that platform. The censorship is backfiring, and soon enough the mainstream media will lose a lot of its audience on traditional television, as well as YouTube. And then I predict they'll start moving on to BitChute and other platforms, even if those platforms offer them zero advertising revenue. Let's see anti-MGTOW content compete with MGTOW content, and win on a fair and open marketplace of ideas. They won't, and they'll be dumped into the dustbin of history. If they do something crazy like figure out a way to get the government of the world to stop freedom of speech entirely, then I guess I'll end up working on my travel channel full-time. That's some of the most milquetoast, non-controversial content out there. But I guess
yeah,
with
we can do BitChute at some point. A lot of it's just mirrored content from people like Liberty Hangout and you know, The Quartering.
You need... Never mind.
What?
I was just going to say if you could find some Hans Wormhat stuff that isn't on YouTube, but
Yeah.
I don't like Hans Wormhat.
Well, I know, but I'm still gonna watch Hans Wormhat sometimes. This one literally has just an anti-Semitic thing in it. Jesus Christ. And it's on the front fucking page of this shit site. Yeah.
Now, as well as any edgy content online, the saying goes, first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, and then you win. Holds more true than ever. Up until around early 2017, the mainstream media ignored YouTube and only mocked men's rights groups on shows like Saturday Night Live. Then in 2017, after the Trumpster got elected, they launched their attacks. It ultimately led to the adpocalypse.
So loud every single time that I have to wear the headphone backwards.
As well as Patreon banning Sargon in 2018. Then in 2019, BitChute started to rise to prominence as the mainstream media through Carlos Maza started demonetizing hundreds of channels and banning some of them outright. The more they try and control freedom of speech with regards to MGTOW or just about anything else out there, the more growth we see away from YouTube. Looks to me like they can't even silence the messages on YouTube that they don't even like right now. How are they supposed to silence platforms that are decentralizing using BitTorrent and are funded through things like Subscribestar and Bitcoin? Let's get real. They're going to lose the battle for men's minds regardless if they do something or nothing.
I give BitChute 3 years. I give it 3 years before it's defunct.
It's a paradigm shift in what types of content people consume.
Let's Google BitChute to learn more about it. What's up?
I couldn't remember where I put my protein drink when we went out to meet your cousin.
BitChute is a video hosting service created in 2017 to allow uploaders to avoid content rules enforced on YouTube. The platform accommodates far-right individuals and conspiracy theorists. The Southern Poverty Law Center says the site hosts hate-fueled material. Some creators who have been banned or had their channel barred from receiving advertiser revenue demonetized on YouTube have migrated to BitChute. At launch, the site was described as using peer-to-peer web torrent technology. As of November 2019, Daily Dot questioned whether end-user peer-to-peer sharing was actually in use. What a shock.
What kind of people advertise on BitChute videos?
No idea. Probably the same people who, like, support InfoWars and stuff like that. Weird protein bullshit scams and, you know. BitChute was banned by PayPal.
Nice.
January 19, BitChute announced in a post on Gab that they would move their domain over to Epic, a small domain registrar known for accepting the registration websites that host far-right content.
Hi everyone, SaneMain here. This video is brought to you by a donation from Georgie's, and he didn't actually send me a topic with his donation, so I thought I'd cover a video about the manosphere that came out a while back by Sam Vaknin, the 5th or 6th most intelligent man in the world, based on his IQ. I put his video down in the description. In it he postulates that the manosphere, including PUAs, incels, and MGTOWs, have it wrong when it comes to women. That women are not looking for alpha males, but they're instead looking for beta males. Probably males such as himself. That the manosphere doesn't understand women while pretending like they do. A while back I reached out to Sam Vaknin and wanted to do a video with him about MGTOW. He seemed okay at first, but when I actually told him what times I was available during the day, he only gave me times that conflicted with my schedule, and then said, I guess you probably don't want to speak to me ever again. I don't know if he was joking or being serious, and if it was his plan as a psychologist to play with my mind. He's also self-proclaimed narcissist, so I didn't actually want to deal with any possible bullshit. A week or two later, he makes a video with Richard Grannon, where he's laughing and mocking MGTOW together with him. I don't really take too much of his thoughts on MGTOW seriously, but as I was saying earlier, he's highly intelligent, so I at least consider what he has to say in an unbiased way. I think he's right that women increasingly want beta males instead of alpha males, with regards to male behavior. But I also think he's partially wrong in that they don't want
That women just want someone that treats them with respect and as human beings.
Yeah, beta males. That's what he said. That's legit, I think, how these people view it. They think any man who treats women as equals and not like shit and doesn't assume he's in charge all the time is a beta male, I think they think.
Great.
Could I get one of those paper towels?
want unattractive men. Instead, it seems that they want good-looking yet submissive men. That's the holy grail for modern masculinized women. Part of it has to do with good-looking babies, and another part of it has to do with their hedonistic desire for hot casual sex. But what does this mean for men in a dating market where women want attractive beta males they can control and manipulate, instead of the alphas that tell them what to do?
Think about this. That's what this guy thinks the dichotomy is. Either a woman manipulates the man, or the man is in control. He's completely incapable of understanding or accepting that people can have equal relationships can have a partnership in which both people have a say because they're partners.
I'll get to my thoughts about this in just a moment, but let me first tell everyone about today's sponsor, I Am Serious. This angry cock is mad as hell because Crazy Feminist cock-blocked his main YouTube channel from their henhouse because of so-called hate speech. He's now on MGTOW.tv and getting me to promote his channel for him. He has interesting guests on his show every week, and both myself and TFM have been on there numerous times. Don't let feminists put the MGTOW rooster, I Am Serious in the roaster. Subscribe to him on both MGTOW.tv as well as his YouTube backup channel. Sponsor links are down below. Anyways, now back to the video. I think that Sam is right that women have actually turned into jerks. Women are covered in tattoos and many don't actually want bad boys anymore.
Oh no, women with tattoos. Why do you care if someone wants a tattoo and they happen to be a lady? Who cares? Thank you, Dude Spanking Dudes. Hold on. Let me read this. Gotta pull it up on my phone. Oh, it's not gonna be on the phone because I was disconnected from chat. Gotta love the hypocrisy. It's okay for men to want to hot submissive women, but it's not okay for women to want hot submissive men. Yeah. They're openly hypocrites, and they don't care.
Instead, they want to be the bad boys. Sam's theory is very interesting, so interesting in fact that I've seen it in action in my dating endeavors and generally meeting women over the last 10 years. Women are idealizing jerks and want to be them. But if men continue to act like jerks, it's increasingly a turn-off for women. And I've been turned down acting that way.
What an admission. I treated women like shit. Why don't they like me?
Remember that opposites attract. If modern West...
No, that's a thing people say, and it can be true, but it's not always the case. There can be two very strong-willed people within a relationship. There can be two relatively submissive people in a relationship. Who cares? Either way, people don't like to be partners with people who are jerks.
Western men are cucked and weak, then the opposite of a weak cucked man is a strong liberated woman. So of course the pair bond is being flipped upside down. To have success in this dating market, it seems, as a man you have to hide your strength and play up your weaknesses. You have to be a wolf in simp's clothing. Sam is right about women changing, but he's wrong about various aspects of the manosphere. He says that the incels are all about looks maxing and plastic surgery and bodybuilding to help their prospects with women. But Sam, why would they go to all that trouble if it doesn't work? It doesn't make any rational sense. Also, your theory about women being aggressive and mean still means that pickup artistry works because it's not just about talking to women. It's also about hitting the gym and improving yourself to make yourself a target of females. Most pickup artists are beta males masquerading as alphas, and women realize this.
That's an interesting take on weird pickup artist dudes. Oh god, have you ever seen that shitty reality show, The Pickup Artist?
No.
There was this show on VH1 that was The Pickup Artist, and it's this supposed pickup artist, basically a dude who goes into bars and hits on women and tries to sleep with tons of women by manipulating them. I think he called himself like Magic, or no, he called himself Mystery. And he's like the cringiest dude ever. And the reality show was him teaching his methods to a bunch of dudes.
Last season on The Pickup Artist.
I just feel so out of my comfort zone when I approach a girl. I don't approach girls.
A man named Mystery took 8 lovable losers.
I'm petrified with trying to go up to a woman.
And turned them into Casanovas.
I get it, I know what's going on. I'm like Neo from The Matrix. I am the one.
Now, he's back.
I am Mystery. Hi. I'm gonna give you a hug, but don't expect much of a great conversation. You're a friend and I like each other. Are you all right with that?
You're so sweet. Oh, thank you.
Say hi, be nice. We're surrounded by love tonight.
Let the game begin.
And this time around, the challenge is even bigger.
I am a 28-year-old virgin. My life has been rather sheltered. I've never really learned how to socialize in the sense of just going out. But I played a game of spin the bottle. That was actually my first kiss.
It's pretty horrible when people ask you, have you kissed a girl before? I'm like, yeah, on the forehead. But I don't really say, oh, it's my mom, because it's pretty embarrassing.
I go to sleep at night, I look next to me, and, you know, there's nothing. After a while, that kind of wears on you. You're like, you know, I have nobody to talk to at night. I have nobody to cuddle up with at night. Nobody to, like, make me feel that somebody else really cares for me.
It's so shitty, too, because, like, these dudes are socially awkward. I don't know enough about them as people to know if they're, like, decent people or not, because it's a reality show, and of course you get very superficial views of people. But let's assume they're not assholes. Let's assume this is, like, pre-internet inceldom, so I assume they're not incels in the way we think about incels today. They're just socially awkward dudes who don't know how to interact with other people. What this mystery guy does is he teaches them to be dicks and douchebags and creep on women at bars. Skills which will not help them find a long-term relationship.
We gotta find like a blog of somebody that was on The Pickup Artist and
Yeah.
see if they ever got married.
But Mystery isn't taking on this new class alone. He's returning with his wingman, Matador.
Matador is like a beast. His muscles were huge, with his long hair and everything. He just looked like a rock star.
When we walk into the club, boom, boom, boom. Interest.
Who is that guy?
Exactly.
And this time, he's bringing along a sexy secret weapon. His wing woman, Tara.
Tara's a real hot girl. Like, if she was my girlfriend, I would just like get her framed and like put her like on top of my nightstand or something.
You have to go in confident and motivated and with lots of energy and super playful. These are all the steps to get to the point of kissing. I'm really going to be able to get down and dirty with the guys and give them the woman's perspective. What a bitch.
I want you to
now
remember
you can
that.
understand the male perspective. I do.
Will Mystery be able to take these 9 men from zeros to heroes?
Oh my God! I would not recognize you from what I saw earlier today.
These rookies better pay attention, because this time around, the girls are hotter.
So I'm gonna go over on my lovely assistant here, the erogenisms. How you guys doing over there? All right.
The challenges are bigger.
This isn't gonna hurt one bit, okay? Do you like blondes?
Seems like it. Look at the.
That might be TOS. She wasn't naked.
Bingo!
G4882.
Hi, ladies.
And the clubs even.
I do remember that. I watched this as a kid. They had them go as one of their first like challenges. Like, in order to learn how to speak with women, you need to learn to speak with women that you're not attracted to. Go talk to these old ladies.
Scarier.
Oh my gosh, you have like the orangest tan I have ever seen.
Oh. 5 girls around you just exploded away.
It's just a psychological thing because he's really into her now.
Some people shoot themselves in their own foot.
Our bar always is busy on Tuesday nights.
Ooh, snap. Not only does he look sad, but I feel sad for him. I just ended up standing there like a creep.
Look at this outfit, too. He's in a t-shirt with an obnoxiously large chain. This is what Mystery called peacocking. You wear some stupid thing in your outfit to make so it's like a conversation starter. It's really, really ridiculous.
Bird, that was bad. It was really bad.
To some, the journey may seem impossible.
I'm still afraid of not being able to really shine.
He looks like Bling Bling from Johnny Test.
As much as I should. But I'm hopeful that I'll be able to learn and grow more.
Clarity is starting to creep in, and it's an exciting feeling.
These guys are not just out there looking to get laid. They want somebody special in their lives. They just don't know how to do it.
I feel like I've grown 1,000%, and I feel like I have the potential to grow another 1,000,000%.
Will Mystery be able to find his next protege?
I just gave it my best shot, and I had fun. I'm gonna spin you.
I'm gonna spin
One day, you will be so good at this that you will teach it to your sons.
Who will make the ultimate transformation?
You are the pickup artist.
Alright, back to this stupid video, and then when this one's done, we'll go onto a different channel.
But they don't care if the guy's attractive because what they generally want is casual sex with a cute guy. They're increasingly uninterested in marriage and just want to sleep around with attractive men. If the man is a beta and stupid, then she can manipulate him more, and there's a lot less drama with such a dude. He's predictable to be with and boring. I also agree with you, Sam, that many modern women went their own way a long time ago. But they also want men for casual hookups, and so do MGTOW men. Hence why we've actually seen the rise in the hookup culture to begin with. But why are women getting upset with PUAs, incels, and MGTOWs? Why are they banning our channels and content?
Because you say awful things about women and promote unhealthy and toxic lifestyles for men.
I wish you had discussed more of that. I think it comes down to the fact that women don't like men trading notes with
When we're done with this, you want to watch Hamilton?
each other about women. It
Not
makes
this video. I think I'm going to go for another 20 minutes.
sense that
so
men
probably
would do
one more
that
video
because
after
women
this.
have been doing it with regards to men forever. So men are becoming increasingly gossip queens and learning to manipulate women covertly, while women are taking more of an overt bossy control approach over men. But if the good-looking men with options walk away and go their own way, then that limits the pool of casual
What are you listening to?
I'll send the link in the chat.
Okay.
men that they can have sex with. But more importantly, it also limits the number of men women can marry once they get older and want a child. Sam, I think you believe that incels shouldn't be getting plastic surgery and just stay beta, and women will want them. But if women really wanted passive ugly men, then there would be no incels. Your argument doesn't seem to make any sense. I agree with you that women want increasingly passive men, but they also have to be attractive. The perfect example of this is Justin Trudeau. He's a political puppet figure, and feminists want a man like that to put their hand up his ass.
Or it's because Justin Trudeau, people like him? He's like a politician. What do you mean he's a beta? Because he's not a piece of shit? Have you considered that you've created a dichotomy between yourself and other people, and the defining characteristics are that you like being an asshole, and everyone else you've decided is a beta are actually just being kind to one another?
I sent the link.
I see it. Thank you. Load. I have
The
it.
internet is being fucked.
Okay. Okay, we can watch this after this video.
Like a cleanse.
And control him like a puppet. He's highly attractive to them, yet smart enough to be useful, but dumb enough to be used. Sam, you also claim that for most of history, that women were slaves. Do you really believe that men also weren't slaves to women? That most
Men could go do whatever they wanted, more or less. Women had to marry men and be their housewife and the mother and stay in the home. They weren't allowed to do things. So there is a difference. And yes, many men also probably who otherwise wouldn't have wanted to get married, especially people who were like in the closet, they had to also, which is why feminism and the general slant towards egalitarian policymaking and social perspectives has been good for everyone.
Most men were happy working in farmers' fields all day in the heat. When I went to Egypt many years ago, the women were indoors during the hot summer days, while men were out working the fields in 40 degrees Celsius weather. Men were just as big as slaves in their gender roles as women were. Neither side was really free. You think that men in the 1950s were happy to go off to work every day while they left their slave wives at home?
Probably. Most of them, yes, because they were basically in charge of everything and day drank at work. So yes, I think many of them were quite happy to go to their well-paying union jobs and then come home to a home that was cleaned by their wife, who wasn't allowed to do anything other than housework. Yeah, they were probably relatively happy.
All day to watch sitcoms while they worked in factories. You make it sound as though men have actually had it pretty good for 10,000 years. What about the death of men in wars? Women's greatest trick has been convincing men that they are submissive slaves, and that men are masters.
Oh yes, you know, all the wars that women created and they forced men to go and fight in them. Like, I guess any of the ones Queen Victoria did, but that's more like a British Empire thing. It's almost like he made a really stupid point. Weird.
And it seems like you fell for it. But in reality, women are the plantation owners because they own a man's heart. There's also no telling how far a woman's nagging will go. Women using sexual power to get what they want, and most men are completely oblivious to this. I think that at this point, you're blinded by your love goggles. You're involved in a long-term relationship, and love alters the chemistry of the brain and clouds reason and rationality. It took me 6 or 7 months to clear my mind fully after a breakup of a relationship that lasted 10 years, and of deciding to go monk mode. You're more likely to white knight for women without even knowing it. I suspect that's what you're doing. As for why many men in the PUA, incel, and MGTOW communities are not picking up on this idea that women are increasingly dominating men, I believe it has to do with the fact that the authority figures in the manosphere are mostly basing their opinions based on their own life experiences. Most of them are in their late 30s and 40s, and their experiences with women are mostly from 10 plus years ago.
My goodness. Okay, so I would imagine that this guy's view of what a dominating woman would be a woman who wants say in the relationship. Not dominance, but just equal say, because you're partners. And he considers the natural order, whatever the fuck that means, to be men telling women what to do. So if a woman wants a say, wants a vote, wants to be able to have opinions and agency within a relationship she's in with a man, well, that's just wrong. She shouldn't have any say. The man should be in charge. So, equality is therefore wrong. Very stupid. It's such ass-backward thinking.
Before Tinder and social media were around. I have to give you credit, Sam, for being able to look past the women of your own generation and look at the young women around these days.
Okay.
In the last couple of years, I've noticed what you're talking about with regards to women wanting men with different attitudes. The women were turned off when I became assertive instead of passive. They want guys that are increasingly passive, and if they put you down and you stand up for yourself, they no longer want you. These types of experiences happened with various women 3 to 4 times since I first went my own way. The moment I became a jerk, they didn't want me anymore. But for whatever reason, women were increasingly behaving like jerks themselves and expecting me to want them. To my benefit, I could operate in both modes, but I noticed that I was more successful with women when I pretended to be weak and passive. Maybe all the pickup artist coaches out there should focus on getting guys to look as great physically as possible.
Okay, I'm over this guy. Let's see what this Twitter thing is.
On Fox News that my president and still your president, Donald J. Trump, and it feels good to say that, still, was at Mount Rushmore yesterday, and surprise, surprise, all these protesters were out there whining and crying. Look, you Indians need to just get over it, okay? Because the United States government gave you that land a long time ago, and then they took it back. I don't know what that's called. Somebody should create a phrase for that where you give somebody something and then you take it back. But I digest. My ancestors stole that land fair and square, and if these Native Americans don't like it, they can go back to where they came from. Mount Rushmore is sacred, and that's what these Native Americans
parody,
don't
guys.
seem to understand.
It's very clearly a parody.
You know, you got George Washington. He was our first president. Thomas Jefferson, he wrote that thing Nicolas Cage is always trying to steal. Abraham Lincoln, he won that war that me and a bunch of people seem to forget the South lost. And you got Teddy Roosevelt. He's the Ringo of the group, and you go there and you look up and you just stand in awe. You know, you got those 4 giant pale faces looking down on you, and it just makes you wonder how big they would have made their peckers had they not run out of mountain. But Mount Rushmore is sacred, and it is one of the most beautiful gift shops I have ever been to. And it's not as good as the 9/11 one, but it's pretty good. And that's how you can tell stuff is sacred in our country, by how good the gift shop is. You know, I'm sure George Washington was crossing the Delaware thinking, God damn, I hope I get a refrigerator magnet out of this. So you people need to leave Mount Rushmore alone. It's sacred. It's what our forefathers would have wanted. Where do you think we even got that phrase to begin with? There's 4 of them up there. So leave Mount Rushmore alone. Now get off my property.
Funny. Funny. Alright, we gotta whittle down what we're gonna watch because we don't have... I'm not gonna go on for much longer. We looked at Milo already. I haven't looked at her. Oh, Paul Joseph Watson.
My name is Mangina, and I'm a gender fluid, two-spirit, transracial, Muslim atheist, otherkin feminist.
There's a 9/11 gift shop. There is a gift shop at the 9/11 memorial, yes. Let's take a look, shall we? "9/11 Memorial Museum Store." Let's see what they got. They have masks. Let's see. There's a Fire Department of New York pin. There's an NYPD pin. There's a bunch of shirts. I just want to see more. Where's everything else? I just want to see all the stuff. Museum store. Yes, all of it, please. No, not just featured. I want to see all the products. All of them. It's a bad website. This is the gift shop. It's apparently selling... Ew. Oh. Welcome to capitalism. We're gonna take a horrific national tragedy and sell it to you on fucking t-shirts. Jesus Christ. So fucking tacky. So fucking tacky.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Random invite. Welcome to Hello World. Thank you. Oak Leaf Jewelry. I don't know if that has any sort of significance. NYP or FDNY stuff for your kids. There's a 9/11 memorial mug. There's a hat. There's a shirt. A scarf of some sort. Twin Towers hoodie. A fucking fire rescue dog vest. How much is that? $39.95. Jesus Christ. A flag of honor for $24.95. A heartstone with $39 for a fucking rock shaped like a heart. Jesus. Silver sterling charms for $65. Disgusting. This is all fucking disgusting. Anita Wu with 100 bits says, not gonna lie, I'd go to the 9/11 memorial and take a photo at the gift shop just for the honor and to plaster on the internet. USA, are you okay? We're worried. Yeah. We are not okay. We're very much not okay. Let's add this lady to a list. It's Paul Joseph Watson. COD.
Happy Independence Day! This could very well be one of our last Independence Days. We'll talk about why.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Nope. Richard Spencer talking.
Our next speaker has a BA from the University of Virginia and an MA from the University of Chicago. He was in the PhD program at Duke, but he dropped father. Of Mr.
He does.
Richard Spencer is an actual Nazi, in case you don't know. He's the guy that, like, he basically rebranded neo-Nazis. He said, hey, we can't go out here with swastika flags and calling ourselves neo-Nazis. People aren't going to buy that shit. What you need to do is to wear a suit, look presentable, none of this swastika shit, start calling yourselves the alt-right, and then people will buy into our stuff. This is the guy that did that.
Why do they hate us? That's a question that was famously asked by journalists and presidents and average Joes in the aftermath of the September 11th terror bombings. Judging by the last 14 years of disastrous wars, sending grandma through pat-down lines and x-ray machines, well, that's good, and freedom fries, I think it's safe to say that we never really answered that question with a great deal of honesty and self-awareness. Hopefully we can do a little bit better here today. Well, first let's break this question down. When I say us, I recognize that there are many different people in this room with varying perspectives, hopes, and dreams. So I'll define us simply. We think race is biologically real, and that it has tremendous social, cultural, and historical consequences. More important, we have a passionate attachment to our extended family and the cultures and civilization that it birthed. Now, when I say hate, I'm not referring to a passing emotion or a maniacal contempt or loathing or resentment to some particular individual. I'm referring to something much bigger, to the total delegitimization of the white man.
Oh, God! He's just saying it!
And to what is often called white guilt. This feeling that is so pervasive that the white race and white racism are uniquely responsible for suffering and injustice in the world.
Oh my goodness. No, that's not what anyone believes. When we're talking about stuff like this, typically we're talking about the United States, and if we're talking about other countries, often we're talking about the UK and the British Empire and how these governments, these systems put forth often by white straight dudes, were built with themselves in mind, and therefore systematically disadvantage those who are different. On top of that, you have actual literal racists who intentionally forge policies to try and hurt those that they don't like. It's just reality. Like, in America, the Native Americans fucking genocided. In America, the transatlantic slave trade happened, and chattel slavery was the law of the land for hundreds of years. This is not news. These are the realities of the world in which we live.
And moreover, that white consciousness and white power are uniquely wicked and immoral. These ideas could best be summed up by Susan Sontag's facile remark that the white race is the cancer of human history. And she looks so sweet.
Oh my goodness. Alright, that's enough Richard Spencer. Let's hit him with this one, shall we?
Pepe's become kind of a symbol.
Version of the neo-Nazi movement.
It's Pepe's become kind of a symbol.
Version of the neo-Nazi movement.
It's Pepe's become kind of a symbol.
Version of the neo-Nazi movement.
It's Pepe's become kind of a symbol.
It's this guy, Liberty Hangout. Nope.
What up, folks? Bring you another one. Now, this one I'm calling a lesbian woman and a beta male / simp have a lot in common. Now you're gonna be like, what the fuck are you talking about, baldhead? It's kind of simple. Now, in my neighborhood, I got 2 lesbians that live in there. Now, the girlfriends, they're decent. They're pretty decent. They're 2 white chicks. Body straight, face. Well, one does look better, but they're doable. Both of them are doable.
Not for you, they're not.
Now, their butch girlfriends, just like a beta male simp, they act the same emotional way. You already know women are emotional. That's why beta males and simps have this. Well, they're all the simp and beta males, the same shit. Weak men, but they got the same fucking feminine energy. A female is supposed to have feminine energy, but check this out. So one of my neighbors, I was talking to one of my neighbors. He was telling me about. I didn't know there was a second lesbian couple that lived in my neighborhood. He was telling me about the other one. I said, "Oh shit, I didn't know that," but I seen this nice looking one. But he said, "Yeah, that's a lesbian." I said, "Oh shit." But anyways, he was talking to the girlfriend, and she came out all macho. You know, these butches be acting fucking funny, like they ain't taking dick on the side sometimes.
But oh my god, dude. Are you seriously incapable of understanding that there are women out there who aren't attracted to men? The people that I've noticed, honestly, who are the most focused on dick and who want to talk about dick all the time and are obsessed with fucking dick are these weird right-wing incel people. Who cares? Please, if you want to suck a dick, just suck a dick. Stop projecting how much you're into dick onto other people. It's so strange.
But she came out, "Oh, I don't like you talking to my girlfriend because I don't feel comfortable." Now, what does that remind you of? A fucking beta male, right? Doesn't that how a beta male acts when he got like a girlfriend? He's simping all that shit over her, like she's the best thing since sliced bread, being insecure because another dude is talking to his lady.
Or you were probably a dick because you're kind of a creep based on the fact that you made a whole video about these people and they don't want people to interact with you.
He could even not be going smack at her. He could just be saying, "Hey, how you doing? How you think about this whole corona or the Chinese virus situation going on?" He could just make a little combo, just asking her how she is, if she mentally strong, got that strong mindset. You know what I'm talking about. But if you're a beta male or a lesbian butch, you're going to be insecure. Because you already know lesbians hate men because they can't be a man.
What? Lesbians are different than trans people. What do you mean lesbians hate men because they can't be a man? What? Lesbians are lesbians. They're women. If someone wanted to be a trans man, they would be a trans man. What?
No matter how much surgery, no matter if they cut your pinky off and put it as a dick, you're still not a man. By DNA, bitch. So it doesn't matter.
Holy fuck, this guy's awful.
But she is still...
Does he understand that, like, butch lesbians are not the same thing as a trans man? They're not.
Gonna be...
If they were a trans man and in a relationship with a woman, it would be a straight relationship.
Mad as fuck because she is not a fucking real man, and she's always gonna find a man as competition.
This video brought to you by Bluebird Honey Buns. Bluebird Honey Buns. For when it's homophobic finger licking good.
Matter fucking what? So that's the same way how a beta male feels like. He sees like, if I lose this chick, I'm never going to be able to get another chick again. Why? Because I have no confidence in myself. I have no confidence in my God-gifted ability. I have no confidence I could fucking breathe on my own. That's how these motherfuckers are. This is how insecure people think. And that's why a lesbian butch...
I feel like insecure people make 3-minute videos about lesbians in their neighborhood on YouTube. That sounds kind of insecure to me.
And a beta male have a lot in common because they're exact same feminine fucking energy for no reason.
Oh boy.
do nothing.
Why can't you stand here, little bastard?
I'm losing my shoes.
I'm gonna lose your face in a minute.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't do nothing, man.
Yeah, you have. You called me a cunt and
That's assault.
everything.
No, I didn't.
You think that's sweet? You want it? Punk? Punk? Come
That's
on.
assault.
No. Head. God forbid.
That's great.
I would be your nurse.
I'm glad we have people like you.
Yeah, I would be
I'm
your
grateful. You should be.
Then you
there's
shouldn't
people
be giving me a
grateful.
hard time.
You're giving us a hard time. We'll work with you, ma'am. If you need a pull in here, I'll move out for you. No
Okay,
problem.
I need you to not beep all day.
It's not beeping right
Still
now.
not beeping.
Have you been drinking?
Coffee.
Yes, I've been drinking. I've been drinking a whole lot.
Oh, God.
Have a good day.
Oh. Here. Place your hands on the tape.
Oh no, is this guy, he's either drunk or fucked up on something.
Here. Whoa.
Did I hear that Laura Bailey, the voice actress for cute muscle girl Abby from The Last of Us 2, has been getting death threats due to the actions of the character she played? Yeah. Gamers, once again, proving that they're the shittiest. Gamers rise up, indeed.
Disobey.
This guy thinks he can ride on the sidewalk and disobey any law he cares about.
And what am I for riding
He
on the bike?
does.
Yeah!
Obey the bicycle
Yeah,
laws!
yeah, yeah.
Obey the bicycle laws! This guy was disobeying the bicycle laws! Yay! So maybe a car will hit him. Yay!
Joe, he's gonna hurt you, Joe. Joe, don't do this. He's ignorant. Are you Christine? Are you Christine? Are ya?
Let's wait for the police, okay?
Are you Christine?
Whatever.
Whatever.
I want to move.
You can stay
No,
for
it's
2
not.
hours, honey. That's all. You can stay for.
Two hours? Oh, is this... No.
The announcement posting.
From what I just only found out on the
Oh, he's got a tinfoil hat too.
scratch surface and how much I'm still gonna find out about this. It's just they're in for something.
Yeah, bring up the right OBS. There we go.
Well, if he's wearing a tinfoil hat, I gotta get mine. I don't want to be the weirdo without a tinfoil hat.
Good boy. All right, let's get started here. We'll come back to dogs later. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So let's talk about.
They make tinfoil hats for cats, and I'm really considering getting Kiki one so she can join me on Tinfoil Tuesday. They make a little tiny tinfoil hat for a cat. I don't know if she'd wear it though.
Yeah, that'll end on its own. Let's talk about what Edward Thomas Kennedy filed here in Lehigh County, Pennsylvania. Wait, I need the redacted version of this, right? Yeah, let me bring up the redacted version.
Yeah, definitely the redacted version, considering some of the things that he's suing for.
There we go.
I don't think Kiki would get mad or anything. I think she'd probably just try and take it off. It really depends. The cat one, I would hope, uses like a little hair clip to like put it on instead of this, because this uses like a, you know, like an elastic string, which a cat would definitely not like, understandably, because they don't know what the fuck it is.
Resize this a little bit so you can see too. So
even then,
this
I'd imagine
is
she'd
a
like bat
federal
at it and try and
civil lawsuit
get
that
it
we
off.
found was filed on the 10th of January, just 2 days ago, by none other than your favorite. You know, he's been called a sovereign citizen. It's not meant to be a defamation in any way. You'll see in here that he does believe in ways that he is sovereign, and of course he's a citizen. So it's definitely not a defamation or a lie or anything like that. But you'll see why I'm saying all that in a moment. So here's the civil cover sheet, and the first things we notice, of course, he is self-represented. And the second thing you might notice is this checkbox down here for number 470, racketeer, influenced, and corrupt organizations, otherwise known as RICO. He is right off the bat telling us this is a RICO case.
That's not how things work.
As I'm sure Tactical wants me to bring up on the screen here, it
Thanks,
is
I'm not going talks.
almost never RICO.
I hope you have a good night.
But we'll talk about that in a moment. So I thought this would be a fun stream to go over this.
Hold on, let me see what he says.
Relating to the Veterans Memorial Preservation and Recognition Act and other laws, people who damage or deface federal statues or monuments will get a minimum of 10 years in prison.
That's fucking disgusting. Jesus fucking Christ.
Lawsuit thing, you can see our reactions to it. We can have some fun with this together. It is also meant to be something that we'll edit together to a shorter sort of highlights stream. We've been trying to get Brandon to, or we've that chat, because I believe in editing, so it's not a cheap monitor. And but until then, I'm going to be switching back and forth, so please just bear with me a little bit, as I have 16 million windows open, and I have to keep tabbing back to look at everything that you're saying. So yes, when we get there, or if somebody wants to post a link to that, one of my mods. The Popat article is a long one, so you're going to be reading for a little bit too. So this is in Lehigh County, Pennsylvania, literally right down the street from me. I live in Allentown, which is the county seat of Lehigh County. The government services, the government center, and all that is all centered right here. One of the reasons I like living here is I can literally walk 7 blocks to the courthouse, the federal courthouse, the old courthouse where some of the judges sit, and then the new courthouse where they do some of the things. I was just there, for example, on December 15th, right before I went to Scotland. I had to help close out the fake cop case. So he pled
I'm gonna
guilty
just look at
to
Reddit
a
while we're
sort
listening
of
to
plea
this.
deal and was sentenced at the same time. What, do you want another treat? You have to come up though. Up. Good boy. Up, and then we're gonna be interrupted by the other dog too. No, you have to get down now. Off. And then Ilsa, up. Good girl. All right. And so he got sentenced, pled guilty and got sentenced, and so that's just a few blocks from me. Very, very short walk away. And so we're talking about things that are near and dear to my heart. So he says his demands here are for more
What's my
than
favorite sub?
$1 million.
That's a good question.
He demands a jury. And
Probably subreddit drama.
related cases. RICO once is...
I like me some drama.
I think it says unique. So the RICO case is unique and not related.
Not related. Okay.
So he is suing the attorneys, and he filed that.
Yeah, that was
yesterday,
Minecraft,
I believe, in the last few days. So he's suing the attorneys separately for something else. This is focusing on the RICO part.
Okay, I'm turning you up. Okay, so then he, some of these are cover sheets that you file when you file a new case in federal court, and especially in civil court. And so they, what is it, a habeas corpus case, a social security case, an arbitration case? And he says, no, this is a special management case that does not fall in one of the categories. He gives his contact information there, which we've redacted out. Thank you for that.
I think I'm gonna call it a night.
Tactical.
I'm
We also
getting
redacted out
sidetracked.
his,
I will be back tomorrow for more streaming goodness, so look out for that. I don't know what we're going to do tomorrow, but I'm sure it'll be something fun. So, thanks everyone for joining me on this July 4th stream. Let me switch over to... Thank you for bearing with me while I went to go talk to my cousin. I appreciate that. I hope everyone has a wonderful night. See you tomorrow, perhaps. If not, see you guys later.